It's Friday, October 23rd, and it was recommended to me that I wear a mask so that I look better. So, all right. I guess I don't look so good without a mask. Remember, never play F6. Bam. All right. If you're watching on YouTube, you can watch on Twitch live at twitch.tv/GM Benjamin Feingold. That would be even better. All right, we'll refresh, rinse, repeat. We're having a Blitz tournament tonight at our chess center, which we do every Friday. We have 12 players. It's possible we have 14, but I think we have 12. I'm not sure. Right now, we're just open Wednesday and Friday nights for 2 or 3 hours, and so forth. And we still have about 50, 60 games left in the queue. So we got some work to do to look at all the games. Hello. Man, it's tough to drink this coffee with my mask on. Oh, he's too ugly. So it's funny, a couple days ago, 3 days ago, I saw this Chess Life for Kids out there because we're Chess Center, we get Chess Life and Chess Life for Kids and some other magazines. And I was like, "Where's the garbage can?" You know, because, and then I like accidentally looked at the cover, and I'm on the cover, so we decided not to throw it out because, in fact, I'm like featured on the cover because there was some online kids tournament that was on chesskid.com. And me and Funmaster Mike, aka Mike Klein, we were the commentators. That was about 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago. So then lots of pictures of the kids and stuff. So yeah, I on the cover. So I figured, all right, let's do that. Still, yeah. Go Nightbot. That's right. If you want to play online in the National Open next month, and you sign up using that link, then I get a cut of the money. So do that. It's the same entry to you, just I get some. So do what Nightbot says. You can play in an online tournament and so forth. So today we had the secret illegal meeting with chess.com. Me and Karen attended. There were a few of us. And they showed us the inner workings of how they catch cheaters, and we signed an NDA saying we wouldn't say anything, and that was very interesting. Yeah, one thing that I learned from it that I'm pretty sure I can tell you. Never really sure what I can tell you, but I don't really think they care what we say. I don't even understand what we saw. So, but anyway. One thing I can tell you is the next time Karen and I have tournaments with money, which we haven't done in a while because everybody's cheating, instead of wasting Spencer's time and Karen's time, my time, and trying to learn's time catching cheaters, which we'll do, but I'm going to send those games into chess.com, and they're going to tell me who cheated. And then you can argue with them and be wrong. If they tell me everybody cheated, I guess we don't have to pay the prizes out. Yes, likely. Hello, hey Kangaroo. All right, let me thank some people. Let's see. The Ultimate Pots are subscribed. Thank you. Thank you. Grand Steph subscribed. Thank you. And Such Sweet Thunder subscribed. Let's see. Yeah, and I thank somebody. Gotta thank somebody. Who am I thanking? Whoever I thank, thanks. Oh, the Ultimate Potser. Oh man, look at that. That's pretty cool. K-pop dance. Yeah. You got muted for making a Biden joke? That sounds right. Huh. Yeah. It's important that you're really upset you got muted. Nothing is more important than that. Mm. All right. I mean, I don't want to say stuff that we know that we're not supposed to say, which is always unclear. I'll tell you one thing I know that they would probably be glad I said, which is the people on the internet, on the different social medias who say anything about cheating know like zero. So anything that's posted on the internet by people who are not involved, they what they say is irrelevant. I mean, it's. I mean, they might as well be 3 years old talking about nuclear physics. It's the same. And when people here say things like, "I think so and so cheated," or "I don't think so and so cheated," you might as well tell me how many people are on the earth to the exact number every second, depending on who lives or dies, because you got the same chance of getting that right, except you got a better chance of that. We didn't discuss that, Thaddeus, but when you when you report somebody for cheating, they'll be banned or not banned depending on when they look at it. So it could be they look at it in 2 minutes. It could be they look at it in 2 days. It just depends. Then they look at it and they make a determination. Yeah. And one thing we didn't talk about, so I can talk about it with you because we didn't talk about it, is I think if they don't know whether the person cheated, like maybe they think they probably cheated, but not enough to throw them out. Now they got them. Now it's good that you reported them because now they keep an eye on them, or they might get reported again. That's not related to how they catch people, but by reporting, I mean, if you report everybody, you're probably going to be ignored because you're just being a nuisance. And there are people who do that. We didn't talk about that, but there are people who just report everybody. I lost, that guy cheated. I lost, that guy cheated. That's irrelevant. Reporting that is a dumb. There are people that you lose to who probably cheated, and there are people you beat who probably cheated. And that's, just because you lost doesn't mean they cheated. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about the inner workings, not like what you guys do. It's just to make certain people aware, like, for example, if they're going to discuss their methods, they're not going to discuss it with people who could cheat, because that would be crazy. But people who would never cheat, like me and Karen and some other people, then, they, and like Hikaru, for example, they want, they want the people who never cheat, who are well-known, established people, to know that, their methods are reasonable and that we like their methods. And, we can make suggestions that they would probably ignore. But anyway, it was interesting. So I after that meeting, I recommend not cheating. Yeah, I do look pretty good. We had some interesting discussions that aren't really related to the meeting, that are just sort of side discussions. How there's probably more cheating now because of COVID, and how probably there's more cheating because people cheat. So imagine nobody cheated ever, and then you had to be the first person to cheat. That would be hard. And in fact, for more information about that, you should see the movie The Invention of Lying with Ricky Gervais, which I saw in the Toronto Film Festival. But anyway, whenever it came out, like 10, 15 years ago. But yeah, I mean, if nobody cheated, probably you wouldn't cheat. You'd be like the only one, so you'd feel weird. But if you convince yourself everybody's cheating, which, I did, I'm convinced of that, then you're like, well, I'm going to cheat too. That'll show them. All right. And people do that. So that actually makes more cheating, and then then it keeps going. So, yeah, basically, I recommend not cheating. Yeah. Okay. The invention of cheating. So easy to cheat and very easy to get caught. Yeah. Yeah, and basically, chess.com says this every day, and nobody ever listens to them. I knew they said this, but this is public knowledge. When you do a report and it says 92 and 95 and 89, they don't do that. That has nothing to do with their cheat detection. That's just like for you to be like, for you to feel like you played well or something. That's not related to cheating. That's just for your edification. Obviously, you feel good about yourself if the engine says you didn't blunder. So yeah. We did talk about Fabergé eggs, but due to the NDA, I can't talk about it. We didn't talk about whether, like, what your question is, Thaddeus. But of course, everybody cheats at every time control. Yeah. Yeah. And every game ever played on every site ever. I will say, my whole life, I've never been a Ken Reagan fan. And one of the reasons I'm not a fan of his, and we didn't really discuss him, just telling you like my own thoughts, is because he's very brash about only I can catch cheaters. I mean, so already you don't want to listen to him. But definitely of all the chess sites, chess.com is the best at catching cheaters and spends the most time trying to figure out how to catch cheaters. So if you are going to cheat, I recommend another site to play on so you don't get caught. You probably get caught there too. But the most likely place to get caught is chess.com because they have the most people playing and the most grandmasters playing and the most money tournaments. So they're very invested in not letting you cheat. If you cheat on other sites that don't have big money tournaments and don't have as many players and aren't as famous, then who cares? So I recommend not cheating here. 4 subs, 0 bits. Thanks everybody. Yeah, you guys are great. Yeah. Let's see. Trying to learn wasn't on the call, so he can espouse anything he wants. And he won't get in trouble. He didn't sign an NDA. Yeah. Yeah. See, the thing is, chess.com has a lot of tournaments where there's money. And I think 5, 10, 15 years ago, they didn't do that because, when I say they, I mean any chess site. Because, they figured people are cheating, and what are they going to do about it? So it's just safer not to do it. Now, obviously, if you catch 99 to 100% of the cheaters, I don't know what percent they catch. I don't think they know either. Then it would make some sense to have some money tournaments because people enjoy that. You want to see Magnus play and Hikaru and Wesley So, and you want to play in the under 1700 section and win $15. So if you can curb the cheating, then the site's a lot more interesting because there could be money tournaments with 1,000 people, tournaments with 400 grandmasters. That's more interesting than saying, well, I guess we can't catch any cheaters. We just won't have any money tournaments. And then grandmasters don't play at your site and so forth. And so forth. Yeah. 100 centidues. Thank you. Okay, so anyway, it was interesting. I didn't understand a lot of what they were talking about because I'm not, I don't have a, advanced degree in hyperbolic topology, but, you understand. I had some knowledge. Something. Okay, so Twitch, he put a game on Discord. He was white. He didn't say who his opponent was, just his opponent. And the time control was 15:10. That's the time control, not a rating. Okay, so they transposed into a Caro-Kann. Advanced variation. Bishop D3 was played like 120 years ago. Then it wasn't played for ever, and now it's played occasionally again. I mean, it wasn't played from like 1925 to 2015. It was just never played, and now it's played occasionally. But yeah, knight c3 used to be the main move. Then knight f3 was the main move. Now h4 is played, knight here is played. They play everything. Bishop d3 is okay. I've never seen bishop g6. I've only seen takes. Probably white can get him some e6 now. That's the point of this. Yeah, the engine actually plays e6 because the ruined pawn structure really makes it hard for this bishop to get out. So e6 is already a good move because after takes, it's just impossible to get this bishop out. Okay, h4 is okay. Put it in h. All right, seems better for white a little bit, not much. That move just seems bad because of g4. So that's what happened. Obviously, if you go back, it's bad. So having said A, and you have to take and play knight e4. All right. It's still like white here. Like knight d2. Pretty good game. I don't know if I take with the pawn or the queen. I'm not good enough to know the difference. I like both of them for different reasons. But okay, I like pawn takes because you get the open file for your rook. The queen is defending f5 and g6, so you can get these moves in quicker. I'm not sure which move I like more. I don't think the pawn structure deficit means much. Okay, rook b1. f5 looks pretty good. Also possible is c4, just to get more space. Takes. The engine doesn't like taking because what you're doing is you're trading this pawn for this pawn, and obviously this pawn is stronger. This pawn is just sitting there doing nothing. This pawn's taking a lot of space away from black. Black has to worry about stuff. And now black can challenge this file, which heretofore he could not. I mean, this file, if black's rook goes there, can't move. So that's not a good move, taking on e6. Okay, now black went totally insane. And that's what you guys do. You guys go totally insane. The e pawn's attacked and the g pawn's attacked. So black can just play knight f8, which defends the e pawn, defends the g pawn, and kicks the queen out. So obviously this is the right move. And then the queen has to go here, and so on. The engine slightly prefers black. Okay, but black went crazy. And we could discuss for hours, because I get paid by the hours. Oh, wait, no, I don't. You guys like these moves because, for reasons I don't understand, I mean, I understand them perfectly, but you don't have to know that. You guys like sacrificing pieces and getting pawns. You guys love that. It's like you don't understand the value of the pieces, which you don't. So here black played the totally insane knight takes e5 and just loses a knight, and now he's losing. And he did it on purpose. And this is why when I was teaching chess, I told my students not to ever sacrifice intentionally because they lost a lot of pieces on their own by accident. So I can't be keeping track of how many pieces they're losing if they're giving them away on purpose. I mean, and the number of pawns that blacks get doesn't matter because black is never going to make a queen and the pawns are never going to be dangerous. So it's just silly to give a knight away. Now white has an extra knight. And white's threatening rook e1, which wins the e-pawn. White's other rook is really good. Black's rooks are terrible. So, I mean, white's just winning here. And this is a really difficult concept for the people that are in the stream now. So for somebody who's a professional player like Eric Hansen or Daniel Naroditsky or Karu Nakamura or Eric Rosen or John Bartholomew, you know, the famous streamers, this is just silly what black did. And for the typical person watching the streams, this is like just normal. Like, well, black gets 2 or 3 pawns for a piece. White's king is on D1 and can't castle. You know, it's only a knight. And it's just silliness. Because you were taught as a beginner that a piece is worth like 3 and a pawn is worth 1. So if you get 3 pawns for a piece, that's fine. And that's just completely untrue. So obviously it's hard to unlearn stuff. For example, let's take religion. Religion is just completely untrue. But if you were taught that as a kid by your parents and you grew up between the ages of 3 and 17 being religious, what are you supposed to do? But imagine if you were brought up as an atheist, and then when you were 30, so you've been an atheist your whole life, you heard about religion, and they were like this and that, you'd be like, well, that's ridiculous, right? And chess is like that. In chess, when you were taught stuff as a beginner, when you get better at chess, it's hard to unlearn that, right? So as a kid, if your parents are Republicans, or your parents are religious, or your parents are both, I mean, your only hope is to go to a normal college and get away from your parents and unlearn the nonsense you learned. And if you don't, you're going to believe nonsense your whole life. And it's not really your fault. You've been brainwashed. So, I mean, that's the whole point of religion, is to brainwash you. And so if you learn it as a small child, there's nothing you can do. You're brainwashed. So, and this happens in chess, unfortunately. You're brainwashed that a piece is worth 3 pawns. And obviously, if I tell you it's not, you're not going to believe me. And if I tell you religion is stupid and you're a religious person, you're not going to believe me. But there's one saving grace in chess. Okay? The saving grace in chess is the engine. So if Stockfish and Leela and whatever say the opposite of what you learned as a beginner, then you might believe it. You might, because you know that Stockfish is better than whoever taught you chess, right? So in this position, Stockfish says black resigns. Now I know that without looking at Stockfish, because white's up a knight, but you don't know that because you were brainwashed that you could have a certain number of pawns and that's worth a knight. And you're never going to get unbrainwashed by me because you're brainwashed, Now, if you see the Manchurian Candidate, the original, then maybe you can get unbrainwashed because you can see what brainwashing is. Or if you watch Star Trek: The Next Generation, then you see when they torture Jean-Luc Picard about how many lights there are. Maybe you can get unbrainwashed, etc. Yeah. And so forth. Well, the engine is God, except God doesn't exist. But yes, that's right. Yeah. So that's what's going on. Yeah. Yeah. I would have never thought to sack my knight there. Good. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Anyway, if there is like religion and heaven and hell and all that nonsense, if that's true, which it's not, but if it's true, then obviously a very important part of that is the robot devil. I mean, obviously. Kangaroo would agree. Okay, now black made another mistake, and this one you'll understand. These pawns are doubled and isolated and weak, right? You agree. And then this is like a nice pawn chain. So probably if black took this pawn and white took that pawn, that would be good for white. Because, that's a center pawn that's passed, and this is a doubled stupid pawn. But black did that anyway. It's another bad move. Okay, it's actually better not to take on e6, just because there's better moves. Like rook f1 to f7, and then you could play also rook e1. But taking with the queen is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, rook e1 is good. Now, when Twitchy sent me the game, he was explaining how he never gives away his queen for 2 rooks. So like he was like impressed with himself, like he did it. You know, he was like, I did it. Another thing that we can do that's very tricky, I wouldn't expect you guys to see this, is to take with check, because it's a capture and a check, so you should look at it, and then check on f7, and then you take that. So in the end, you'd win another pawn. That's also a very good way of playing. Queen takes rook is fine. Yeah. Now this material disparity, unless it was a bishop, was seen in the Fischer-Tall game. It was the first game Fischer ever beat Tall. Although he might have had a bishop instead of a knight, I don't remember. It's in my 60 memorable games. This is just an easy win because you're just up a knight. And your rooks are really, really, really active. The activity of the pieces is more important than pawn structure. And since white's rooks are super active, his extra knight should win. Okay? Yeah, so white's just up a knight. This geometric configuration, this queen, knight, king, that means there's no checks. You can set it up anywhere on the board. Queen, knight, king, queen, knight, king, queen, knight, king. There's no checks. If you check, you lose your queen. If you see what I'm saying. All the legal moves that are check lose the queen. That's any time they're lined up in a straight line, up and down or sideways, anywhere on the board. So if you know that, that helps you in blitz chess avoid perpetuals, putting a knight between the king. As long as there's no squares in the middle. Like if the queen was here, there's lots of checks. But as long as they're one square apart, there's no checks. 100 centidues. Yeah. Those nuggets are good as long as they're vegan nuggets. Right. Angela Lansbury, Manchurian candidate, is the good one. That's right. Yeah. The other one's not bad. Also has Lawrence Harvey and many other good actors. Now, Lawrence Harvey was in the Manchurian Candidate that we're referring to with Angela Lansbury, the original. And there's a Columbo episode where it's chess. It's like the World Chess Championship, and one guy tries to kill the other guy, and Columbo's on the case. As you know, Peter Falk was a chess player. And the guy in question, the guy he's following who's probably guilty, is Lawrence Harvey. So I hope you learned something. Yeah. I did see the new Borat movie. That is correct. This is club soda from Publix. So it's good. Okay. Now, here's something that'll confuse you. I have 2 rooks and a knight for a queen and pawn. So you might think, okay, that's like +1 or +2 for white, and the engine says it's +6. So that's how good it is. G5 is not the engine move, but it's good enough. Got to make a queen. All right. And now, based on what I taught you, King D1 means there's no checks because the queen, the knight, and the king. Yeah. You can't play King C3 because of this rook check, and King E3 fails to either rook going here check. So he played here, stopping the pawn from queening. And then he resigned because that's going to queen next move. So very good game by Twitchy. Like almost nothing wrong at all. So let me talk to Danny Wrench and see if we can ban him for cheating. Very, very good game. I mean, to me, white played in the 90s, which doesn't matter to me anymore after that meeting today. But let's have a look. Kill some time. Had some fun. Black did not play in the 90s. Yeah, I think white played quite well that game. 100 centimeters. Did you see the movie Fresh from 94? It's possible. I don't know if I did. Probably not. That's correct, Witch Pawn. Very nice. Yeah. Um, it's possible Peter Falk went to the U.S. Championship and watched. I don't know. I don't know about that. At the 1983 U.S. Open in Pasadena, California, I was at that tournament playing, and Peter Falk was there. That is correct. What did I think of the Borat movie? Like a B. Jen Shahadi gave it like an A++. So if you give it an A++, then you think more like she does. I gave it a B. It was fine. Yeah. Yeah, White played 93.8 that game, and Black played 89.8, showing that those numbers don't mean anything, which obviously I know about today. But yeah, 93.8 is about what I would have guessed. I would have guessed Black did not play that well. So he didn't. Good game, Twitchy. You're the best. I'm not sure what you're the best at, but something. All right. Game drawn by reputation. The guy with White submitted this game. The PGN has some information. Ooh, invalid PGN. Let me see why. I don't know why. That looks like a good PGN. Let me try it without the result. I can't see what's wrong with the PGN. I just got rid of the result, which was drawn, and then it was fine. Okay. That was weird. Okay, so White is 1269 and Black is 1987. And this was a 15-minute game with 10-second increment. So it was a draw. So it was a big upset because White was 700 points lower rated. And this game was played recently, I think. Perhaps. Perhaps not. Yeah. Yay, Kiff. Thanks, Kiff. My voice is calming. What happened? Restart. It's always telling me to restart. Leave me alone. All right. Let's see. Banned. Everybody's banned. Okay. Okay. So White's much lower rated. 15-minute game. Okay. Good game so far. Bishop e7's the move that I learned 30 years ago, but it's not as common as knight takes, obviously. I guess the tournament was rated. Let's see if that guy answered me yet in an unrelated matter. He did not. The U.S. Women's Championship is ongoing, and there's a huge, there's a cluster at the top, so Crush, Yip, and Dorsa could all win the tournament. All right. I can't pronounce Dorsa's last name, so don't want to try. Trying is the first step to failure. D Rush subscribed. Go D Rush. Grunge War, 200 centidues. Yeah. Why is there still a women's championship? I don't understand the question. That's like saying, why do I have an iPhone? I mean, why do I have coffee? I don't know. That's what happened. Yeah. After knight takes e4, what do I think of knight c3? I don't think anything of it. Okay. So e5, that's legal. Knight e4 is fine. Rook e1 is fine. d5 is fine. Taking is fine. Knight takes is fine. Bishop b3 is fine. Yeah, and people don't play this with White at the top level because Black doesn't have any problem equalizing. Obviously, a lot of people who are rated 1200 wouldn't mind drawing a 1900. And so this is actually one of the things about chess that's very difficult to think about or understand when you're just like a regular Joe. So there could be lines in chess that are theory that have been played a lot, which aren't played anymore. The reason they're not played anymore is grandmasters would prefer to get the advantage when they have white, and they've concluded there is no advantage, and that the game is going to be 90% drawn. And so let's say you have black and a Najdorf, and your rating is 2,000. And you analyze all the sharp lines, and you're just as well prepared as any super GM who plays the Najdorf. You're really proud of your opening prep. And then your opponent plays a line you don't know that's completely equal. And now you're going to draw against somebody 500 points lower than you. This is the problem that a lot of higher rated players have, is they have to avoid dull, stale positions against weak players, right? How did you do the last couple rounds?
I think I only won one.
And then how'd Archer do?
I don't even know.
And then who won the tournament? And who's the director?
Sean and Drew tied.
Yeah? Was it the most fun you ever had?
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
Is everybody gone?
No.
Man, it's hot in here.
I'm going to turn it down.
It's like 200 degrees
But I'm leaving.
Celsius. All right. Good thing she had a mask on, or I would have died. Hi, Karen. Where can I buy that shirt? Did Moobot tell you where to buy? No. You type exclam merch and then do what it says. Yeah, ccscatl.merch.com. So, for example, if you had black at a double king pawn opening and you were watching some super grandmasters, you wouldn't see this position. And so you might think, well, black must be better. But it turns out if it's equal and it's really equal, then, super grandmaster's not going to play it when they want to win. And if your 1200 rated opponent plays it against you, then you have to win these really drawn positions. Now, obviously, this position is not super drawn, it's just equal. So it's hard to win with black. Okay, this is fine. That's fine. That move is really weird because you can get attacked here, and not sure why he went there. The engine already doesn't like white's position. That blocks the bishop. Now, that's a very strange square for the queen. Right, rook takes e1 doesn't make a lot of sense. Just develop the bishop, or bishop here. Make your pieces better. The trading doesn't really help. This seems pretty equal. Yeah, queen d7 wasn't good, because then after rook d1, you're like, God, and then you move your queen again. So that was weird. Bishop c5 would be good. This is also fine. I mean, it's really hard to beat a low-rated player here. The position's, pretty boring. Now here, due to a tactic, white can snatch a pawn, which probably neither player saw, which is to take this. You can't take that because you get back rank mated. So then white would be better after that. But he played here, which is pretty dangerous after rook d8. Yeah, now he's just in trouble because his c5 or bishop takes d4. Yeah, so bishop d4 is a pretty silly move because you're putting your bishop in front of your queen and letting the guy play rook d8. So that's a pretty poor move. Rook e1 is a good move. Queen c6 is a good move. Queen f4 is a good move. This is good. This is good. Okay, and then black made a small mistake, I think. Although the engine actually thinks it's the best move now. d3 is an interesting way to get a passed pawn. But okay, taking is the safest. And black's a pawn up. It's just hard to win. Now white's threatening mate. It's surprising that black, being several hundred points higher rated and a pawn up, couldn't win this game. This is exactly what you're hoping for, just a solid pawn up. And etc. G3 is good. Okay, so in this position for the last 6 or 7 moves, this pawn's been attacked, but it hasn't been capturable because of back rank considerations. And white just played G3, so now it is capturable. And obviously we can defend our pawn, but he didn't, or we could move it. But he just didn't do it. He just played here. So then white took it. I'm guessing since black was trying to mate on the back rank and white was trying to mate on the back rank, when both sides got loofed, they just forgot about this pawn. Right, okay, now, I mean, black can never win, and black's a much higher rated player. So white's actually better here, much better, because this is attacked, and it's defended by the rook, and the rook can't move, and this rook can move. So this rook can go to the 7th rank, or it can go to the F file. So white's going to have a big advantage. You know, rook c2 seems good. Yeah, and black is trying to find a way to draw, which he did. Still worse here. Okay, white didn't want to win. White wanted to draw the higher rated player. They didn't draw by repetition and reputation. But yeah, obviously white's better here because black can't move. Probably a draw with perfect play. But basically in that game, they got a really boring opening. White made a bad move with bishop d4, ended up losing a pawn and being worse, and then black blundered his b pawn. I don't think he saw queen takes b7. It's my guess. And then it was just too equal. And this is always the worry when you're playing somebody who's lower rated than you, but not a lot lower rated. That was a lot lower rated, so that's usually not the worry. It doesn't matter what your rating is. If you're playing somebody who's between 200 and 500 points lower than you, you're always worried the position's going to be too boring, too equal, and you won't win. And even though you didn't really do anything wrong, neither did your opponent. And you got to get positions where your opponent's going to make a lot of mistakes because they're lower rated than you. So that's why when I play in tournaments, since I live in Georgia and I used to live in Michigan, my opponents are lower rated than me. And I'm not playing in a lot of Super GM tournaments. And so I'm trying to get openings they don't know that have weird positions so that it can't just be like they play boring and draw. And when I'm playing somebody between 2100 and 2400 USCF in a slow game, that's the worry that the position's going to be too boring or equal and I can't beat them. I lose rating points. And this is an issue that in the US, like if you're Wesley So or Hikaru or Dominguez or Caruana, if you're playing in the US Championship, and let's say there's 12 players, the players who are rated 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, which means they're 100 to 200 points lower than you FIDE, I mean, you can't just beat them easily. Those guys are good. But if you draw them, you lose rating points. And there was a US Championship several years ago. I'm going to say 7 years ago, but I'm guessing. Hikaru didn't play. He got advice that it was a bad idea to play for his rating. So he didn't play. It's bad advice, but because, the people were just too weak. It was before Wesley and Fabi. So Hikaru would have had to get something like 8 out of 11 to break even on rating because the people were so much lower rated. Hikaru was top 10 in the world and everybody else was not. But those aren't things you want to worry about. If you're Magnus or Fabi or Giri or Nepomniachtchi or Mamedyarov, somebody who's in the top 10 in the world, you don't want to play 10 games of chess and get 2 wins and 8 draws and lose rating points. You want to play people your own rating, so if you have a good tournament, you gain rating points. You don't want to play 10 players rated 2700 to 2730 and draw all 10 and lose 10 points. Because you're like, well, those guys are good. You're forcing me to beat them to keep my rating the same. So in chess, you don't really want to play somebody who's several hundred points lower than you because they probably won't give you a good game And on the off chance you lose or draw, your rating goes in the toilet. And in that game, Black actually did get a good position eventually, but then when he made the one mistake of giving this pawn away, there's just no way Black can win this. And that's usually not an issue, but it was an issue this game. I've had games like that, but they're very rare in a slow tournament where I'm like, I'm going to draw this 2,300. There's nothing I can do about it. I mean, he didn't do anything bad, and he was white, and he traded everything. I try to avoid letting my opponent do that, sometimes by playing bad moves, but, I don't want people to try to... And by the way, Spencer occasionally gets mad about stuff. In chess, that's one of 5 things that he hates, is when his opponent is trying to draw on move 1 for the whole game. It's like, why are you playing chess if you're not trying to win? Go play some other game. Why would you try not to win? So he's playing somebody 2,040, and his rating is 2,200, and they're trading and offering a draw every move. I mean, that is stupid, but it doesn't really reflect on Spencer. If your opponent wants to offer a draw every move and trade every move, that shouldn't make you angry. You just that person's not your kind of person, and then that's you run into people like that. But that makes him upset when in a slow game his opponent's trying to draw every move. Obviously, offering a lot of draws is unethical. It doesn't stop people from doing it. He's more mad at the fact that they want to draw. That even if they had the advantage, they would want to draw. They don't want to win anything but win, draw or lose. Terrible. Yeah. If your opponent is higher, wouldn't you try to draw? No, you should try to win because you're playing chess, so you're trying to win. If you're trying to draw, you probably shouldn't play chess. What happened to Simon Williams? What happened to him? Yeah. Etc. See, let's say you're playing and you're always trying to play the best move. Makes sense? Your opponent's always trying to play the best move. You get to move 80, and it's king versus king. Okay? But if it's move 1, and you're like, I don't want to play the best move. I want to play the move that leads to a draw. So if I have a move that wins by force, and I have a move that draws by force, I'll play the draw by force move. Because that's what I'm trying to do. And that doesn't make any sense, but people do that. They want to draw. And that, if you want to get better at chess, I'm not saying you do, then that's not the way to do it. And this is a big problem with whatever his name is. I don't know what his name is. He's on the cover of Chess Life. He's like a 5-year-old I am. 200 cents to do. Thanks, Crunchwort. No, we can't have another train because I've been streaming for less than an hour. What's his name? Abi. Yeah, Abi. When I played Abi last year in Foxwoods, and he offered me a draw every move. And he traded every move, and if he had a move that gave him the advantage, he would play a move that gave equality. I mean, the guy has chess coaches, so who are his chess coaches? What? That's ridiculous. Probably he would have won if he had tried to win, but he wasn't trying to win. So, all right. It's strange to be a young up-and-coming player and you're not trying to win. It's weird. And basically, there's a lot of people like that. There's a lot of people who, look at their rating, look at their opponent rating, and then play chess based on that. And that's, anybody who's ever become a strong grandmaster and become one of the best players in the world and improve their game a lot, that's not the way they think. That's the way people think who are perpetually 1,200. Never get to 1,300 because they're trying to look at the ratings and then figure out what to do. And they're not trying to play the best move. They're not trying to improve their game. They're just playing for a result. So, for example, let's say you were the owner of the Miami Heat and you wanted to beat the Lakers and you wanted some players on your team that would help you beat the Lakers, but what didn't cost a lot of money. Okay, so what you would get is somebody like me, but bigger than me and stronger than me, but like me. And what I would do is they put me in, and I would try to hurt, like, let's say Kobe Bryant or the unibrow guy. The whole goal is I hurt them, right? Like they have the ball or they don't have the ball, and I fall on them, right? And then they're injured and they can't play. And then I get kicked out of the game, but who cares? I'm no good. And they pay me the league minimum because the league minimum to me is a lot of money. So they save money and they give themselves an improved chance to win. Now that's stupid. I mean, you can't do that. However, I think in hockey they do that. But anyway, I mean, that would be unethical and cheating and stupid. But I mean, maybe they'd win. Maybe I would hurt Kobe Bryant if I took all my weight and fell on his leg. I don't know. Could hurt him by accident. And then if he can't play the rest of the series and I get kicked out of the NBA, who cares? I can't play anyway, so it doesn't really hurt Miami. But see, the NBA would see that was happening, so they would be fined, and Kobe would hire some hitmen to get me, and the fans would boo me. I don't know, something. So I mean, you play to win the game, but you play ethically. You don't do something illegal. Obviously, if you're playing in a tournament and when your opponent's thinking about their move, you go, that might happen. Maybe they would play a bad move, but you can't do that. So you don't do that. Anyway, I hope you learned some information about that. Yeah, 6 Larry Birds would beat 5 Larry Birds. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, go Pistons. That's right. Who did I say, Kobe? That is funny if I said Kobe. I did mean LeBron. Did I say Kobe? Man, that would be great if I said Kobe. Kobe. Kind of, I did say Kobe. Kobe. That's funny. Not too funny. Yeah, it's a little funny. Yeah. And so forth. Yeah, I did mean LeBron. Yeah, I just hate LeBron so much I can't even say his name. All right. Obviously, Kobe wasn't a lot better, but let's see. What do I do? Okay, so that game was a draw. And that's unfortunate for the guy who drew, who was higher rated. He probably wanted to win. Okay, now we got Boner Ricci, black against Fidel Corrales Jimenez. It says it's a 3-minute game. Not sure how they played a 3-minute game. But all right. This looks like a game where the PGN's not going to work either. Hey, it worked. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be Boner Ricci? All right. Jan Michael Vincent. Well, you can't have more than 8, I think. So. What if you hurt Danny Green? Oh no, then nobody would know. Who's better, Danny Green or Danny Wrench? And I mean a basketball. Oh, snap. And I mean a chess. God damn, got them both on that one. Who's better at chess and who's better at basketball? But the same. Why can't we be friends? I'm waiting for this email, but I never get it. I think the guy's asleep. Darn. COVID. Danny Green was clutch for the Raptors. That's right. Yeah, the game was a draw. Yeah, we got to a position where you couldn't legally win. I mean, I could, but he couldn't. I couldn't either. But okay, I think it's a 3-minute game. It's a scotch. Knight b3 is the old move. Okay, now knight f6 is what grandmasters play. Black played a move which is also okay, which is d6. It's okay. Okay, we sort of transpose into a main line. Never play f3. And castle queenside. That's very unusual in this variation. to castle queenside for black. So like here, white's better because white has this e4 pawn and black's sort of passive. But if we castle opposite sides, obviously we can get an attack going with tempo, and white gets an attack, and it's very double-edged. 9.99. Thanks, Heinz Superman. But after here, I mean, now white just has a pawn on e4 against a pawn on d6, so white's better. Okay, he played g4, which is not a move I would consider. It's not a good move either. King b8's not good. Yeah, here black should just take everything and play d5.
Just leaving the door open.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, the engine prefers black here just because d4 is a threat. Yeah. Okay, it's a 3-minute game, so king b8. Put it in h. Knight c5 is legal. All right, this position's about equal. I think the engine prefers black. Yeah, the engine likes black here. I mean, this idea here with the king here, I'm not a fan of that idea. That's a very, very poor move. I mean, the knight has the d5 square, and black has, all kinds of defense. So bishop here is very poor. Any move is better than bishop d7. Not moving is better, because now you're handing over d5 to your opponent. Thanks, Curious Chimpanzee. And Fidel took advantage. Yeah, that's a very poor move. I think black wanted to go here, and that looks pretty nice. And just didn't think that, white could do something first. Yeah, that's a poor square for the queen, but I can't really suggest a good square for the queen. Yeah, the knight's like trapped on d4. Jesus. Now if he takes, he'll take with discovered check. So he just played here. Never play f6. The engine really hates the move knight takes. It says that's a big blunder. Now we could play c4, and we're threatening bishop takes bishop check and pawn takes bishop. So you'd have to take this, I take this, and the engine says this is about equal. But he didn't play c4, which would have been explosive. And the reason that that's the case is the knight was defending e3, and now it's not. Okay, so instead he played a very passive, terrible move. Now he's in trouble. Bishop d5 is a nice move. Yeah, now white's just winning because these pieces are all trapped. And this is the greatest knight ever, and this rook sucks. Just got outplayed in the middle game. Yeah, now black's in a lot of trouble. Very good play by white in the last few moves, just because these pieces are all trapped over here. Put it in h, giving him a passed h pawn. No, I'll do it. Yeah, h6 didn't make a lot of sense. Man, the truth hurts. Fidel misses knight d7, just a simple fork. Winning the game immediately. Doesn't matter. Always play king b1. Man, the truth hurts. No resigning. Playing for stalemate. That's why black's giving all his pawns away. Trying to get stalemated. Well, he tried and he failed miserably. In this position, the reason black resigned is if he castles, then we have knight c6 check and the rook is pinned. And then there's mate here or here. So that game was very interesting. It was. And then Black made several errors which let White go forward and beat him. It was a 3-minute game, so it was pretty good for a 3-minute game, I would say. Oh, yeah. Can't castle in check. Well, you can't castle in check. Yeah. I mean, you're out of check, so you can do it. Let's see. No subscribers. Can't add a com. Trying is the first step to failure. All right. Well, then don't try. I've been streaming for an hour. It really seems like 5 hours. This stream's really going slow. 300 centidues from Bradford61. Thank you. That was a pretty good game. Not a lot of bad moves. Always play f6. 1500 is white against a 1649 is black. A casual rapid game I played with a friend at university. All right. And I guess he's black. On move 14, I feel I should have played bishop b5. Afterwards, I found rook ac, it would win the exchange on move 19. I missed the move f6, exclam, move 20. I thought that was funny, so I shared this game. All right. From Legally Ton. All right. So we'll, I guess move 14 and 19 and 20 are the key points of the game. Can you please play a few games? That's funny. I played f6 today and won. No. Okay, so it's a French. Knight e7 is a little unusual. Bishop e3 would also be unusual. Bishop b5 is just bad because white doesn't want to trade off his white squared bishop. Having said that, he did immediately. Everybody always takes with the bishop, but usually it's right to take with a pawn. So you can take on d4 and play c5 and get the open b file. But all right, bishop takes all right. It's weird to go here and then here. Yeah, now white's in a lot of trouble because his pawns are all hanging. So white's play with bishop e3, bishop b5, takes. Those moves are all bad. And as a consequence, black is doing quite well now. Back to e3. Yeah, I wouldn't take this because bishop's not very good. Bishop b4 check makes sense. Bishop b5 stopping him from castling makes sense. This is also good for black. What if I play king f2 here? Well, it says the moves are about the same. $9.99. You analyzed my game yesterday. Thank you. Good donation. $9.99. Yeah, the engine wants to play bishop c3, so if rook c1, we can fork the rook and pawn. The bishop would maintain this. Or go back to e7. Then we have two bishops against two knights. But he just took this. Bishop b5 is good. Bishop d3 is good. Setting up for the next game. Now, black missed a really cute move here, which I would also miss, which is to put a rook on the c file. So if queen takes bishop on d3, then rook c1 check. Yeah, I probably would have also missed that. Queen takes, rook check, wins the rook. Otherwise, we have c2 for our rook and our bishop. Our bishop can stay here. Yeah, I don't think I would have seen that either. Okay, you checked. Yeah, if queen here, then queen takes. But yeah, the problem with this is this bishop is too strong. So this is bad. And now f6 is a good move, which he didn't play. Because these pieces can't move. So after f6, we're going to get the open f file. And then the king's just trapped forever. f6 is just totally winning over here. So it's good he didn't play it, though. He moved away from f6. Good, good. Rook c3, good. King f2 is good. Rook c... King g3. Wow. Knight b1. The guy loves playing knight b1. Here, knight b1 is just a tactical error. I take it, and I'm threatening the pawn on e3. Yeah, king here was a very strange move. King g4. And white resigned. Yeah, white just played randomly, like after move 3. Just made random moves, and black's moves were pretty reasonable. But I mean, you can't play bishop e3, bishop g5, bishop e3. And for some reason, lower-rated players, when they have white in an advanced French, they often go here and take this knight, which you should never do. White square bishop is great. See, white has more space in the center, so white doesn't want to trade pieces. And black has pressure on d4 and b2. So when you play bishop g5, you're getting rid of the defense of d4 and of b2, because your bishop isn't defending either one. So that's black's plan all the way, is to attack those two pawns. $15 for Farty Party 927. You were born in September of 27? Wow. So yeah, white's play that game was a little shallow and pedantic. Madara Uchiha 119 subscribed, or gifted a sub or something. Oh, it happened at the same time. You subscribed, and then an anonymous gifter gifted a sub. So I got confused. I've never been so confused. Yeah. Yeah, resigning now seems like a good idea. Yeah. The advanced French is very hard to play for white, I think, for low-rated players, because you have to attack and make sure you don't lose on d4 and b2. And for some reason, they like to play bishop here and take, which never... One thing I did when I studied chess, and I tried to improve, which even recently as this year, was if I wanted to learn an opening, instead of taking 3 hours per game with a fine-tooth comb and figuring out the ins and outs, I would very quickly look at 40 games. I would do it in an hour. And then I would notice in those 40 games, there were 3 or 4 moves that white always played, and there were 3 or 4 moves that black always played, when the players were grandmasters. So I figured, okay, those are the ideas. You do this, the guy does this. And for grandmasters, playing bishop b5 and bishop takes c6, you can't find that in advanced French defenses. So if you do that, you're trading pieces, which diminishes your space advantage. You're getting rid of your white squared bishop, which diminishes your attack. I mean, thinking about that, those kinds of things, like which pieces do I want? Which pieces do I want to trade? Who wants to trade more? When black wins, why does black win? When white wins, why does white win? Black might win an endgame, and white might win with a mating attack. So when you get to an ending, you're in trouble. And when you have an attack on black's king, and you're not sure whether he can defend, often they can't. So trading your white squared bishop and losing your d4 and b2 pawns is the recipe for, doing badly. That's right. He was indolent. Very good, Seth. Exactly. 437 viewers a do. That's my dad's birthday, April 1937. That is correct. So today, for reasons nobody understands, I tried to guess Eminem's net worth. And I told Karen, and she guessed his net worth. And we looked it up, and it was my net worth plus her net worth added up. So he's worth more than we thought. Go Eminem, but stay there. The reason this came up was Karen said, "Does Eminem still make music?" I'm not sure that was music. And I said, "No, he's probably just busy counting his money. I don't know." And so it turned out he might be making music. I'm not saying he's not, but I was definitely right that he's busy counting his money. I mean, with that much money, you gotta start counting it. You gotta be busy. The internet says it's either 210 million or 230 million. More sites said 230 million. Obviously, they don't know. They're just guessing. Yeah. And so forth. That's right. He is music. That's right. Yeah, he personally sold all those records, too. He's like, "You want some records?" Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Those M&Ms are good. I'm Eminem's sister. All right. What? Does Eminem have a sister? And if so, why? That's right. Anaka's worth 45 million. That's correct. What's my net worth? Let's see. 10, 15. In Philadelphia, my net worth is $50. Yeah. It depends over the next hour or so what I get in donations and bits and subs. Then I'll tell you my net worth. Okay, wait a minute. My net worth just went up. Yes. Thanks, Sava the Russian. All right, now it's more. Yeah. Thanks for increasing my net worth. Excellent. Use our great investment advice. That's right. And so forth. That's a good one. All right, back to whatever it is I was doing. Man, I'm exhausted. Chess is tough. All right. I'm sorry, Ben. I have failed you. I gave him a chance to move his queen and type that in chat. Both are 1400, 10-0. I don't know what color you were. His name's Adam. All right. I don't know if he was white or black. I have failed you. I don't know. Okay, we'll put 1400 and then 1400 and then it could be Adam. It could be the other guy's Adam. I don't know. I can't really tell what color Adam was based on. He said he failed me, so maybe he's white because white played F3 and white lost. So maybe he's white. I don't know. $10. Thanks, Bonarici. Maybe he's white because white played F3 and white lost. So let's say that he's white. I don't know. I didn't really say what color he was. All right. But he failed me, so. All right. So we'll look at it from Adam's point of view, even though he might be black. Dr. Unk Surgeon. Like a Dr. Unk Surgeon. Hey. I'm a mod. How many atoms are there in the universe? That's correct. Dr. Von Nostrand, that's right. What time control has the most educational value for new players? I don't know. Hey Siri, did Tampa Bay, win the World Series yet?
The Rays are behind the Dodgers.
Wow, the starting pitcher gave up 3 runs? The guy who never gives up any runs ever? God damn. Who's more evil, the Dodgers, LeBron, or Trump? Damn. I mean, obviously it's Trump. Yeah, Billy West does all the voices on Futurama. That's right. All right. Hey Siri, who's more evil, LeBron, Trump, or the Dodgers?
There are 41 players on the Dodgers. You can also ask me about a specific player or position. Starting pitcher Clayton Kershaw.
Hey Siri, what's your favorite position?
I'm happy to go with your opinion on this one.
Man, very suspicious answer. It's gonna be a landslide. That's right. Trump's position is right wing. That's right. And so forth. All right. So, is this the game? All right. Yeah, F3 is not good. This is a good position for F3 not being good. Yeah, you should take that. F3 is a bad move. And you should feel bad. Yeah, now White has a lot of holes in his position. I can't make any of those jokes. Oh well. Darn. Okay, D3 is a bit passive when Bishop has a lot of squares. So far, I'm not convinced that White knows how the pieces move, because White's only moved pawns, and then Black went here, so I know Black knows how the pieces moves, but then White went here. The only thing I can say is, I hope Manmoth's not here. Let's see. How could he play Rook H3 next if he only moves pawns? So who do you think is the worst person? Depending on what your definition of person is. I think it's pretty obvious. But I'll let you guys vote so I can make fun of you if you're wrong. LeBron James or Michael Jordan? Usually they discuss who's a better basketball player, but I want to discuss which one of them is the worst person. Right. It's obviously Jordan. Yeah. I mean, LeBron's barely a bad person. I mean, if he was streaming, he would have an emote, barely a bad person. Jordan would not have such an emote. Yeah. TBA, listen here is gifting a sub. MJ all day. Yeah, I mean, they're both terrible, but I don't think LeBron's even close to as terrible as Michael Jordan. See, they make these, like, make these films and these TV series about how great Michael Jordan was. I would make a series like, who's a worse person, Michael Jordan or LeBron James? And I just show clips of them being dicks. That'd be a good one. MJ was a better dancer. Wow. Damn. That would be good. All right. Back to whatever it is I was doing. Okay, so H4 is quite a bad move. Knight D4 is all right, but there's a lot of other pieces that haven't moved yet. So Bishop C5 or Knight F6 would be a little bit better. Finally, he moved a piece. H6 doesn't make any sense. Knight F3, there's a good move. Go Karen. Wheeler Vidya just bought some merch. Yay, that wasn't even Karen. Yay, go Karen. Hooray, thanks for the merch. Hooray. Okay, so bishop d2. I don't think black wants to trade pieces, but he did. All right. That bishop's not very good. The knight was pretty good. So. All right, now white's getting close to equalizing. That move hangs a piece. This is a very important tactic for you at home, right? And not only does that move hang a piece, black actually took it. Queen a5 check and takes the piece. This is a known tactic in a lot of different positions, which I've shown several times on the stream. Can somebody give K Right 332 a sub? Also, could somebody donate a lot of subs so we can get the train started? It's time for a train. Yeah. Submitting games that are very well played or very badly played or in the middle is fine. You get to learn from the mistakes that are played, that are many. You get to look at games. And I have a funny story. When Cash Canty, GM Canty, the streamer, and we're like, that son, he came over my apartment before you guys were born for a chess lesson, and he was about 2,200 USCF. And his friend, who you guys don't know, who's 2330, he came with him. He was my student, just to watch the lesson. And some of you guys think I'm mean when I give a chess lesson because I'm mean. So I agree. And the 2330 in question, he would come over for lessons, and when he would leave, he would feel like he was the worst player in the world. And then he came over with Canty, and he watched my lesson with Canty, and he said, man, that made me feel a lot better. Just remember, everybody's terrible. Carlson, Leela, Stockfish, Naka, me, you, we're all terrible. And then you look at the games and you try to improve. Stockfish is less terrible than most of us. Let's see. What are you, some kind of moron? Go Bradford 61. Bradford 61 gave me 20 subs and I didn't notice. But then somebody said, go Bradford 61. Thanks, Bradford 61. I was busy waxing idiotic. When I wax idiotic, I don't look at the chat. So, TBA listen here, gifted a sub. Thank you. Yay. Trying to learn, gifted a sub. Yeah. You triggered my grandpa's PTSD. Yeah. 200 centidues, Bradford and Sons. That's correct. Now, obviously, if I was a good chess teacher, I wouldn't say, that loses a piece. Yay, black won the piece. That's just what I do because we're streaming. But if I was giving a chess lesson, I would say things like, when you have white and you move into your opponent's territory, especially on these 3 rows, that's very dangerous. When your king is in the middle and there's diagonals and ranks open to it for check, that's dangerous. So when you make this move and you're worried you might lose a piece, these are your pieces. The only piece that you're really worried about is the knight. The other pieces are really far from black, can't be attacked. And then there's a lot of ways to attack the knight. There's here, there's here, there's here, there's here. Queen a5. And one of them is check. And this idea of queen check and queen takes a sideways move is very common. That's something you see all the time in tactical puzzles. And the other thing is, and this is a psychological reason why you might not play knight takes e5, is that your opponent let you. So you're like, why would the guy hang a pawn? Now, these particular players, it's not surprising that somebody's blundering a pawn or a knight. All right. But you should be suspicious when somebody just gives you a pawn. All right. King d1. Okay, so white played king d1, which hangs a queen to bishop g4, And black almost played bishop g4, but did not. And then after here, which hangs the knight, then played bishop g4. Wow. Now, okay. Now, we're going to assume that white doesn't... Okay, there's two things we can assume. White doesn't know the castling rule. He doesn't know that you can castle. He doesn't know that castling is legal. He doesn't know how to castle. We're going to assume that's not true because Adam said that the players are both 1400. Okay. If it was like two little kids and it was king d1, I would just assume that he didn't know what castling was. Okay. We're going to assume he does know what castling is. So now I'm going to say this was a mouse slip and that he meant to castle queenside and he mouse slipped king d1. Is that okay? That gives him an excuse for playing king d1. He meant to castle queenside and he mouse slipped. Now bishop e6 means he didn't see bishop g4. Then after he played bishop e6, he's like, oh my God, I could have played bishop g4. I hope I can play it next move. Now b3 is a little iffy. And then he played bishop g4. And then he took the knight and so forth. All right. Don't really want to do a lot of analysis on this game. So. All right, set up for the next game. And checkmate. He tried to under-promote, but he couldn't. All right, now I want to figure out what color he was. I'm sorry, Ben, I have failed you. Okay, so he's definitely black this game. He said, I gave him a chance to move his queen. So I think he was black, and he failed me because he couldn't under-promote. Yeah, so Adam was black that game. Now, Adam, if you're here, if you're ever here, if you're here now, if you watch on YouTube, if you come in another stream, I would like to say it's very hard for me to believe, very hard, that white is 1400. I believe that black is 1400. I believe it. I don't believe white is 1400. You said both players are 1400. I don't see how white could be 1400. I don't see how that's possible. Yeah. Yeah, no, Adam was black because he said, yeah. Black being 1400, okay. White being 1400. I mean, starting like in this position, F3 is not a 1400 move. H4 is not a 1400 move. Knight e5, that's a 1400 blunder. That's okay. King d1, I hope is a mouse slip. If it's not a mouse slip, and he meant to play king d1, I hope it's a mouse slip. And then b3 is not a 1400 move. And then in this position, you could just play king d2 and lose a queen for a bishop. This loses his knight also. So, yeah. Okay, that doesn't matter, obviously. Yeah. But, I mean, there was a lot of non-1400 moves. Yeah. Black played about 1400. Yeah. White missed queen a4 check, winning the bishop. I don't think that happened. I mean, this is check, so you can't play queen a4 check. Queen a4 check does not win the bishop. If it wasn't check, because I could go here, and if you take my bishop, knight c2 check. So you were wrong for like 4 reasons. Yeah, so that didn't happen what you said. So you're banned. And you're grunge wart, so you have to give 200 centidues as punishment. You suggested an illegal move that did not work. Yeah, maybe he was white, exactly. Banned for life? No, if he gives 200 centidues, he's back. Queen takes b4 is not even a threat because of knight c2 check. So queen a4 check was illegal and had no threat. His children can stay if they give 100 cent to dues, and his children's children 50 cent to dues. Yay, Grungewort's back. Yeah. Now, the reason Grungewort thought queen a4 check won a piece has to do with something I talk about on stream a lot, which is not seeing what your opponent is doing. Grungewort's like, queen a4 check, attacks the king, attacks the bishop, and doesn't notice he himself is in check. Terrible. Now, Bob Schiaffoni, famous poker player, and we've talked about him on stream a lot. He was playing in the Kings Island Open, and he was playing a 2450 IM, and Schiaffoni was winning. And Schiaffoni played a long combination, where at the end of the combination, Schiaffoni plays knight check and wins the guy's queen, and the guy has to resign. So Schiaffoni plays the combination. If he doesn't play the combination, he's winning, but he plays the combination. He plays the knight fork, winning the queen, and the guy says, you're in check. So Schiaffoni can't play the knight fork because he's in check, so now Schiaffoni has to resign. And when the guy says, you're in check, Bob goes, come on, Schiaffoni. And I never heard of anybody refer to themselves by their last name. So I like that. He was yelling at himself and calling himself by his last name. That would be like me saying, come on, Feingold. I don't think I've ever done that, but maybe. But I like it. Yeah. You also do that? All right. Why is there so many VIPs? Should it be why are there so many? Maybe it is. I don't know. It's never too late to start. Yeah, I don't mind sub battles as long as I don't have to set them up or do anything. I don't want to have to do anything. That's terrible. Okay, so we'll delete that. Somebody said, how long is the queue? The queue is infinite. Like, the queue is never going to end. So, yeah. There's always going to be at least 50 games in the queue. 50. Now, I've been thinking about something that I want to get off my chest here. A lot of times, I try to trick you guys into donating. And I'll say the queue's really long, but if you want to move into the top of the line, you could donate $50 or more. And I've noticed on 3 occasions, people donated $15. So I guess I wasn't being clear. I'm not saying 15, 1-5. I'm saying 50, 5-0. And this is funny. So you won't find it funny, but I do. At Dunkin' Donuts, I used to go there at least once a month, maybe twice a month, because we had weekend tournaments here, and we would give donuts. When I say twice a month, I mean on the weekend, so it could be 4 times a month, because there could be a 2-day tournament. But anyway, and you could buy donuts in increments of 50, and I would never do that because I was worried they would misunderstand me. So I always just bought 100 or 75. I wouldn't buy 50 because, they might think I'm saying 15. I don't want to deal with that. So I just say, give me 100. And the chess players eat all the donuts no matter how many donuts I order. I've ordered 200 donuts. I mean, they're the munchkins, not the actual donuts, the little ones, the munchkins. And I've ordered 200 munchkins and I bring them here at 9 a.m. and at noon they're gone. It doesn't matter how many munchkins I order, they're eaten. But I don't want to order 50 or 150 because they think I say 15. So remember that in the future, if you want to donate and have your game move to the top, I didn't say 15. And if you donate 200 centidues and say, look at my game, I donated 200 centidues, your children's children will definitely be banned. Just letting you know that. There are people who donate $100 and I look at their game, then you donate $1 and say, look at mine. When there's like 45 games in the queue, I'm not going to look at your game for $1. All right. 100 Canadian dollars, maybe. OCU, bah, not bad. You're here to watch the period. That's right. Thanks for the sub. Let's see. I can't eat donuts because I'm a vegan. I can eat vegan donuts, and that's pretty rare. I've had vegan donuts, but it's rare. It's hard to get a vegan donut. I've done it, but it's not easy. You ain't going to do it at Tim Hortons or Dunkin' Donuts or what's that evil place, Krispy Kreme. You're not going to do it there. Yeah. Thanks for the gifted subs, OCU Ba. You're the best. Sandy Dogo, don't go. $49.99 is fine. Yeah. Date night was very good. Yeah. So this is funny. I haven't been to Taqueria Tsunami in like 8 months. So we go there, we sit outside. They have a patio. And I always tell them I'm a vegan, and then I order, and occasionally the person who's serving us will say something about vegan. They'll be like, "Oh," and they'll be helpful. And mostly they just say you're vegan, I don't know what that means. And then I get like all kinds of non-vegan stuff. Okay. So I said I was vegan, and I ordered the same things I always order. And the waitress said, "Oh, what about this other stuff?" And I said, "Is that vegan?" She said, "Well, if you don't get sour cream, it is." And then I said, "Okay," and I ordered the appetizer. And she said, "Oh, you want the appetizer?" And I said, "What were you talking about?" And she was talking about a taco. And I said, "Yeah, I want the appetizer. It's cauliflower." And she said, "Oh, that's already vegan because that doesn't come with sour cream." Okay. So we ordered it. And Karen likes cauliflower kind of appetizers. And Karen ate a lot of my appetizer. And Karen doesn't eat a lot. But now we learned something new because I said I was a vegan. She recommended this thing. I ordered something similar. Karen stole a lot of it. And now we have another thing we can eat. So date night was pretty good. Then there was karaoke. And then I went home and she went to other karaoke. Better karaoke. And then I watched a little of the debate, but not much. And then I watched some Family Guy. That was pretty good. Pretty good night. All right. Chinese donuts don't have egg or milk. Chinese donuts. Some sugar is vegan and some sugar is not vegan. Depends. Yeah. Now, obviously, if you donate $49.99 or, $99.99, then I analyze your game first. All right. Now, what was I doing? I just played this game, Sack My Queen, etc., mainly etc. I don't know if he was white or black, but he said he sacked his queen. So I guess we're going to figure out if he was white or black by seeing who sacked their queen. So that's sort of funny. Donating when I'm not looking at the screen is risky. Puzzle Pawn, $20. And then you said something, but I missed it. And then the PGN didn't work. So I'm having all kinds of issues. Why didn't the PGN work? Let me see. I copied this non-PGN thing, which is idiotic what I did. What I did was really dumb. It'll probably work now. Yeah. I copied like some sentence he wrote. Okay, now we did that. I'm going to go to the bathroom, but before I do, I'm going to read what Puzzle Pawn wrote. What songs did you sing at karaoke? I very, very, very rarely go to karaoke because of COVID. And when I do go, I stay less than an hour. And I have my mask on, and other people don't. I never take it off. And I sit as far away from people as possible, and I ignore everybody. So I think I'm safer at karaoke than if I was by myself. And so I never sing because I'm not getting anywhere near other people, and I'm never taking my mask off. I'm not touching a microphone. I don't do that. So I don't sing at karaoke. Yeah. Karaoke is not really for singing. All right. So you guys aren't very good at forks. So while I go to the bathroom, I'm going to give you guys something, you know, you're going to be in charge. Okay, just stare at that fork, and then you'll be better at chess. I don't know if the tournament was rated yet. 937? Maybe. Fauci says masks should be mandated. Yeah. Truth hurts. Let's see. Let me look up and see if the tournament was rated, since I don't know what happened. MSA home. Man, I hope I missed a huge donation. Let's see. Oh, I sat on the fork? That's right. Where's the fork? Yeah, it's actually nowhere near me. 200 bits. Yay. No, the fork was behind me and it wasn't even touching me. That would have been much funnier. I totally forgot about the fork. I hope it did a good job. Friday Night Blitz, 10-13. That's last week's Blitz? Yeah, so today's Blitz wasn't rated yet. All right. Let's go back. Given what the average chess player looks like, mask would be win-win. That's right. You sung Refugee, Stronger Than Me, and Michelle. I'm going to disagree with that. I disagree with Karen. No, I don't disagree with Karen. Two bishops, what else? I thought Karen put them in order, but she did not. Yeah, she sang Stronger Than Me, then she sang Michelle, then she sang Refugee. And somewhere else, I'm thinking. Am I right about the order? Oh, there was a new USCF member. Allez! Descent, thanks for the 200 centidues. Two bishops, what else? Yeah, you agree with Karen. Yeah, I think Karen sang Refugee at the other place. I told her she didn't have to sing Refugee. You don't have to sing Refugee. Yeah. Come on, big money, no whammy. Stop. 1999. Big enough. Thanks, Pinky Jim. Yeah. Michelle, my belle. When I lived in Belgium, there was an international master named Michel Jadoul, male person, and I would sing Michel Jadoul, etc. That was about all I had. But yeah. Yeah, I didn't hear Karen sing Refugee. I heard her sing the other songs. Man, that was great, Amy Winehouse. Okay, so I played this game. This is Mark John 86. I don't know what color he was. He said he sacked his queen. So whichever side sacked his queen, that's Mark John. Both players are 1,300. And the game ended with a time forfeit. Yeah. Okay. Still theory. Usually they play bishop e7, not h6. You can't play knight f6 because knight g5 is too strong. a3 is a bit passive, but all right. Knight d4 just hangs this. And we've seen this several times in our games analysis on the stream. Somebody moves their knight from c3 or c6, hanging in their e-pawn. And the other side often doesn't take it. Now the game's over, which white didn't take the pawn, but this just wins immediately. White wins a pawn, and there's no defense here for black. Black has to lose more pawns. So knight d4 is a blunder. It deserves to be a blunder because black didn't move these pieces, and he's moving the same piece again. But yeah, when you move your knight off of these squares and they're defending your e-pawn, then they're not defending your e-pawn. And you guys do that a lot in the game analysis that we do. You guys hang your e-pawn by moving your knight away from it. And white just castled. He's like, whatever, care about that. So I don't know why black would intentionally move his knight 300 times to trade it. Now white has 3 pieces out and castled, and black has 1 piece out and didn't castle. So why would you do that? Why wouldn't you? All right. Then bishop e3. Bishop g4 is a very poor move because the bishop can get in trouble there. And white wants to move his queen because, as Spencer would attest to, the typical pawn break for white in this pawn structure is f4. So it's d4. That doesn't look like a good pawn break. So now white can just play queen g3, and that helps him play his pawn break. And now these things are, this bishop g4 is a very bad move. Okay, h5 is obviously not good. h5 gives away the g5 square, which heretofore was defended. So the engine plays bishop g5 with an excellent game for white. But he played f3, never play f3. And after h4, he sacrificed his queen. So now we know the person who sent the game in is white. Because he said, I sacked my queen for 2 pieces. Okay, so as we've talked about on stream many, many, many times, you can't just sacrifice because you enjoy sacrificing. Now, having said that, you can do whatever you want. But I'm just trying to get you to play better chess. So no grandmaster would even consider this move. And there's 2 reasons for that. One is the move is absurd, but that's not the main reason. Main reason is if white plays a normal move, and there's 2 normal moves, queen f1, queen e1, and queen f2. You could argue bishop b5 check is normal, but I wouldn't play bishop b5 check because I don't want to trade bishops. My bishop on c4 is great. If you play a normal move like queen f2, white is crushing black. Black didn't castle. Black can't castle. Bishop on c4 is great. h5, h4. Black's position makes no sense. So just playing a random legal move like queen f2, queen e1, white has a winning position. Strategically winning, positionally winning. And even if you didn't know that, if you're like, well, it looks equal to me, you still should play it because you have all your pieces out and you castled, and white and black did not do that. So you should be better. Okay, and sacking the queen just means you lose a queen. So there's no reason to do that. Okay, so we've gone from white being up like 1.6 to black being up 1.6. Now what's funny here is black only has 1 move to save his f-pawn, so you can see why white sacked his queen, forcing his opponent to play f6. Boo! And unfortunately, white's down a queen. That's good compensation for f6, being up a queen. Okay, now white should play g5 and try to break through, but he played like a passive move. a6 is good. Bishop d5 is legal. All right, and black's just up a queen for 2 pieces. So black's better, but maybe not winning, which is better for black. Queen b6 was a weird move. But Yeah, I'd probably think that this is closer to being a draw than a win because it's really hard for black to do anything. Well, especially now. Yeah, that move is something. Okay. Now in this position, white has this nice tactic, which he didn't see. Takes. And if you take it, bishop a4 check, the king has nowhere to go. Now, if you're going to play this tactic, you have to know the en passant rule. If you don't know it, then b5 wins for black. But if you know it, then taking wins for white. So g5 is a blunder. After bishop g5, white's actually winning because we're attacking everything. F pawn, H pawn, bishop. So g5 is a blunder, which isn't that surprising. Okay, he didn't take it. He castled into double discovered triple check, which is an incredible blunder. I mean, knight everywhere is check, so that move just hangs a piece. Okay, again, it's hard to believe the ratings of the players now based on what I'm getting. They're 1,300. So black castled into double discovered triple check, losing all his pieces, and white didn't go here. And we can ask ourselves, why is black blundering a piece with double check, and why isn't white doing it? Okay, it's very simple. I tell you every stream why they do it. White played rook f5. That was his last move. White's next move is going to be rook a f1. That's why he played rook f5. So he doesn't care what black does. That's the way low-rated players play chess. They have some idea sometimes, and then their opponent makes moves, and they're like, yeah, whatever. Their opponent's moves could threaten mate in one, but they're not going to see it, so they get mated. Or their opponent's moves could hang mate in one, but again, they don't care. Okay, the guy's like, I went here, and then I'm going to go here. And my opponent's making some moves, but I don't know what they are. And this is how, and because of this, by getting used to playing badly like that, according to Reddit, it'll take them approximately 3 years to become a grandmaster. About 3. Yeah. They're 1,300 now, but if they try really hard, they'll be grandmasters in 3 years. Yeah. Really hard. You gotta really try hard, though. Okay. You gotta try hard. This was on chess.com. They're both 1,300. I can see their ratings. It says time control standard. I mean, how do you not play knight takes double discovered triple check winning? All right, so he played here. Black got out of that mess. Okay, that's a good fork. Yeah, white made a nice tactic here, bishop take, because if you take it, rook f7 check. And now white's winning again. If black doesn't lose his queen, he's okay. This is the game that doesn't end. Always play bishop f8. Black's slightly better here, it says. So white played king h3 instead of taking a bishop. Now, in my opinion, and I wasn't playing the game, and I didn't talk to the players, I think there were so many intermediate moves in this position. So we have a check, we have a capture, we have another check. I think so many moves were played where white could have legally played rook takes f8 that he just forgot. I think if he had seen rook takes f8, he would have played it. But I think he forgot because it's been hanging for so many moves. He just got confused and started thinking about what was going on. Also, the players probably had no time now since there was a time forfeit soon. So he just played here and let the guy save his bishop. And here black won on time, I guess. Yeah, so that was a chess game. So the queen sacrifice was unsound. you were winning if you didn't play the queen sacrifice. Then you were fine. Then you were winning. Then you were fine. Then you were winning. Then you were fine. Then you were losing, and then your time ran out. That seems like what happened. So at different points in the game, you had more than enough compensation for the queen, but I don't know why you missed knight takes bishop, double discovered, check, winning a piece. And then bishop and the king. Well, I know why. You were busy doubling rooks on the F file. Yeah, etc. A perfectly cromulent game. That's correct. Yeah, clip that for Manmoth. No, but the thing is, even though both sides made maybe 5 mistakes, and maybe the engine says they played in the 50s, you know, the chess.com, definitely in the next 3 or 4 years, they'll both be grandmasters. Definitely. In fact, the people on Reddit who were pretty mad at me when I said nobody will become a grandmaster, they wanted to get the big guns out. They wanted to prove me wrong. Now, Hikaru agreed with me, the poker player in question. Hikaru was like, look, dude, you're not going to become a grandmaster. Okay, 5,000 centuries. EECCUC. That is correct. You have skipped the line. Is your name EECCUC on Discord and I can find your game? Or are you tricking me? But yeah, you skipped the line. Okay, now, they couldn't get the relief from Hikaru. They wanted Hikaru to say, Feingold's wrong. If that guy tries really hard, he'll become a GM. Instead, Hikaru said, that guy's not going to become a GM. Okay. So then, they wanted to prove me wrong, the people on Reddit. So they asked Oprah. They said, Oprah, you're worth like $2 billion. You're pretty famous. Do you think this guy could become a GM? And do you think we could someday? And Oprah said, you're a GM, and you're a GM, and you're going to become a GM. And so I was proven wrong. So there you go. Everybody's a GM. Yeah, I like that blue send-to-do thing. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Look how it still spins if you're looking at it. It's still doing stuff. Go blue thing that spins. Yeah. Did you answer my question about, just EE? Well, okay, if it's similar, I'll find it. All right, you're so next. All right, I don't know where your game is, but I'm going to look for it. Let's see, you're from the EU. Man, there's some people who I know donated a lot of money who I haven't looked at their game yet. God damn. I hope they don't hate me too much. Don't make noises and donate while I'm looking at other people's games. Well, okay, you can still do it. I can't find your game. I've looked at every game. No, I haven't looked at all of them. There's just too many. Here it is. I mainly play 10-minute on chess.com, but I'm only 1,300 LMAO. Let's see here. I have a question. Your claim is you're only 1,300 and the ratings of both players are 1,000. So, I don't know. All right. I guess that's the translation. I don't know. Oh, you're black and you won. So I guess you are 1,300. Maybe it's a different rating system. All right. It's like you're making fun of your own rating, and then the actual rating is much lower than that. So I'm innocent. I didn't do nothing. 5,000 sensidus from Madara Uchiha 119. F6 over F3 equals total chaos. That's right. That's right. Hikaru and I were proven wrong. Now let me explain Hikaru to you. I want to explain something. Okay? When Hikaru says something on his stream or on Twitter or in real life or in the sky or in your dreams, he believes what he's saying to be true. So if you're like, hey, Hikaru, I'm a famous person. Can I become a grandmaster? Okay, some people might say, well, if you work really hard, okay, Hikaru's going to be like, no, you're not going to become a grandmaster, because that's what Hikaru thinks. He's not going to be like buttering the guy up. Obviously, I'm not, because I'm a vegan. Unless it's vegan butter, then maybe. So if I disagree with what Hikaru says, which is possible, he still says what he thinks is right. When he gives you advice on stocks and stuff, it's wrong, but he thinks it's right. So he's not giving you bad advice. When he says something, he thinks it's right. If he says white's winning, he thinks white's winning. If he's playing Magnus and he thinks Magnus has the better position, he'll say Magnus has the better position. Kramnik will say that Kramnik has the better position, because that's what Kramnik thinks. Okay? So you're not going to get some relief from Hikaru if you want to say some nonsense. Like, I have a sister and she's 6 and she's the most talented 6-year-old in the world. I estimate she's 2,300 right now. And Hikaru will be like, nah, man, I don't know who your sister is, but if she's 6, she's not 2,300. Right? He's not going to be like, oh, you're my friend. He don't care about that. Right? Right. Hikaru may or may not be right, but he says what he thinks. Right? So if he thinks he has a worse position, he says, I think I have a worse position. So yeah, when that guy said, can I become a GM? And the gawking rabble wanted Hikaru to say, no, say yeah, because, you're a good poker player. Blah. I've never been so mad. All right. I'm a little mad. Right. Well, the people who were mad at me on Reddit, they think that I'm being negative towards somebody who wants to get better. Okay. Now, if you know Killer Mike, if you don't know Killer Mike, what's wrong with you? Killer Mike, he's in the kindergarten, and the kid says, when I grow up, I want to be president. And Killer Mike is like, you're not going to be president. Like, stop thinking like that. Okay? Which is funny to say to a 5-year-old. I find it especially funny. But if an adult says, I'm going to become a grandmaster, you're not. It's not discouraging you. Your rating could go up your whole life. Okay? If you're rated 1,000, you could get to 2,200, maybe. Maybe not, maybe. Maybe. But you can't become grandmaster. Sorry. You can get better, you can improve, you can beat a grandmaster, but you can't be a grandmaster because nobody can. Right? If a grandmaster is a little bit better than a 2,200 player, which they're not, but if they were, there's a million 2,200 players, except there's more than that. And there's 1,700 grandmasters. So you're not going to become a grandmaster, whoever you are. If you're watching this, you're not. But you can improve your game and get much better. If you're 1,000, maybe you can get to 2,000. Maybe. Okay, I'm not saying you can't. Everybody can improve, and it doesn't matter how old you are. If you learn chess when you're 50, and you play for a year, and you play all the time, and you're 1,200, you could get to 1,800. No, but you can't become a grandmaster. Sorry. That's the way it is. And it's not saying you can't get better. Everybody can get better, but you can't become a grandmaster. I mean, there are people who should definitely be a grandmaster, and they're not grandmasters. God damn. You think you're going to become better than John Bartholomew? You think you're going to become better than Greg Shahade? You think you're going to become better than Eric Rosen? You will not. And they're not grandmasters. They should be. But it's hard. What can I tell you? If I was not a grandmaster, but I was the same person, it said I am next to my name, I'm not becoming a grandmaster. If I wasn't a grandmaster now, and I wanted to become one, I have a 0% chance of becoming one. 0. And I am a grandmaster. That's how hard it is. 0. Every grandmaster on earth that's 50 and over, if they had no grandmaster norms and were IMs, Nigel would become a grandmaster. I don't know who else would. I guess Kasparov would if he wanted to. Maybe. Nigel probably would, yeah. Anand would. There's probably 500 grandmasters who were age 50 and over. And if they were all IMs with no GM norms, like 4 of them would become grandmasters and the other 496 wouldn't. Man, the truth hurts. Yasser, probably not. Ivanchuk, yeah. Kasparov, I mean, Ginger GM is way younger than 50. And if Ginger GM was 50, no. Ginger GM's like 40 or 39. You're way off on Ginger GM's age. Yeah, Kasparov wouldn't play in tournaments to get GM norms. He wouldn't do it. Yasser wouldn't do it either. And if Yasser did do it, he wouldn't do it. Yasser would have to get 3 performances of 2,600 FIDE, and Yasser's 60? Is Yasser 60? I think he's 60. Yeah. Yasser wouldn't do it. Yasser wouldn't play in tournaments where he's trying to get a GM norm. He wouldn't do that. So he wouldn't have the motivation to do it. But if he did, I don't know, man. I don't know. God damn. But anyway, 95% or more of GMs who are 50 and over, if they weren't GMs, they would never become GMs. They became GMs when they were younger. Now they're hanging by their teeth over here. Yeah. Jason Mayhem subscribed. You have no athletic talent, but you could be Olympic level gymnast at 36. If you were an incredible gymnast and you were 36 and you've never been an Olympian, you would never be an Olympian. 36 ain't the time to start. I just assume you're kidding. Is he kidding? Or is that a serious thing? I don't know. Thanks for the sub. Is Jason kidding? Okay, he's kidding. All right. I mean, if you were an incredible athlete, like one of the best in the world, but never been in the Olympics, you ain't getting there now. God damn, he was kidding. Matt Kamen, yeah. Yeah. Senior Olympia. You know, there was on Seinfeld, Kramer claimed he was really good at golf, and his caddy said he could get on the senior tour until, the woman just wore a bra as a top, and he hurt his arm. Okay. But that also didn't make any sense. I mean, it's a television show. But Kramer's like, I'm really good at golf, and even though I've never been a pro, I can get on the senior tour. What? Yeah, ridiculous. Becoming an FM is much more plausible than becoming a GM. There's a billion FMs. There's not a billion GMs. There's very few GMs. It's much more difficult to get the GM title than the FM title. I mean, it's so much more difficult. It's more difficult than you understand. It's not like it's close. That's not what it is. If you talk to like Bartholomew and Rosen and Greg Shahadi and said, hey guys, Levy Roseman said, hey, how is it becoming an FM and how is it becoming a GM? They'll be like, I don't know what it's like becoming a GM. Becoming an FM was pretty easy. But they'll say, I don't know what a GM is. Sorry. That's a different world. Yeah. Now, I've said this before, and then somebody tried to look it up and do math and make me wrong. I don't care what math you do, I'm still right. In Metro Atlanta, there's more doctors than there are GMs on Earth. And, there's not a lot of doctors, but there's more doctors in Metro Atlanta than there are GMs on the planet. Becoming a GM is hard. The point is, there's many more doctors than there are grandmasters. Many. And for a lot of people, you're not going to become a doctor. That's just the way it is. You're not. I couldn't be a doctor because I can't, If somebody cut their finger, I'd pass out. I can't become a doctor. Yeah. Nice. Mepex stealing jokes. Yeah. Define Metro Atlanta and doctor. Exactly. MD. Yeah. Papa John's. Right. Bassem Amin is both. And then Alex Scherzer probably was both. I'm not sure if he's a medical doctor anymore. He might have had his license taken away. And Yona Kashishvili from Israeli is both. Those are the only three that I know. There must be more. Those are just the only three that I know that are medical doctors and grandmasters. All right, you count DOs. That's fine. There's more tigers in people's backyards in Texas. I like that. That's good. Example, Rand Paul. Good example. Yeah. Probably in the history of the world, people who were GM strength at some point in their life, if you said what's the latest they learned chess, probably after the age of 18, the number is between 0 and 5. If you asked me how many GMs who have ever been on the earth were under 2,200 at the age of 25, the answer is between 0 and 5. So, I mean, it's possible, but not really. I mean, more people win lotteries than become GMs. More people win $50 million lotteries than become GMs. It just doesn't happen. FM, you can become an FM. Yeah, I'll give you that. Now, by the way, some chess people, they say things like, anybody can become, and they say some number, 1,800, 2,000, 2,200 FM. No, that's not true. Can 64. A lot of people cannot become 2,000. It doesn't matter what they do. They can study chess 12 hours a day for 30 years, and they're not going to break 1,400. Some people are like that. If you studied chess 10 hours a day for 30 years and had infinite money, most people would become at least 2,000 or 2,200, but not everybody. Some people, they can't do it. They just can't do it. So saying like, I could take any average person to make them 2,000. No, you can't. No. Ridiculous. I've never been so mad. All right. Now this guy gave a lot of money and he had to wait a long time. So let's go. What did you say about this game? I think this game was a 5-minute game because it says 300. Okay, and the players are 1,000, and black is the one with the large donation. It's the Owens defense. Very suspicious. This is a favorite of Grandmaster. Fuck is his name? Pavel Blatny. Possibly not the most honest Grandmaster. I'm not saying he bought his title, but I'm not saying he didn't buy his title. Four-Minute Mile has become a GM. Probably more GMs, but yeah, maybe. I don't know. Another streamer said what? I can buy a GM title? Yes. No, Shanklin was playing as a kid. You don't think the average person couldn't study up to an FM level? No, I do not. And that's ridiculous. If you're an FM, you're better than 99.99% of tournament chess players, and you're better than 99.999999% of people who know how to play chess. So saying that anybody can do it, no. Insult to FMs. It's an insult. What is 5 take away 1? That's too hard. I'm not a math genius. I'm a chess player. Wait, you're saying that math PhDs are better looking and have a keener fashion sense than GM? Okay, maybe, you're right. All right, never mind. WFM, half the population can't even become a WFM. FM is FIDE master. FIDE is the organization that runs chess, like FIFA runs soccer and NFL runs football. Well, NFL doesn't run football. I guess the ATP runs USGA. It's an organization, FIDE, and they named one of the titles after their organization. So the highest title is Grandmaster, then International Master, and then FIDE Master. I guess there's a Candidate Master, I guess. Then the women have titles also, and women can get women's titles and men's titles. So there's WGM for woman, WIM, WFM, and also women can have the other titles. So women have lots of titles, and we only have the titles which are not the women's ones. IM and WGM are very similar, but IM is like half a point more. So if you're a woman and you have 3 IM norms and 3 WGM norms, the IM title is harder to get. So putting IM next to your name is more impressive than WGM because it's a harder title to obtain. It's half a point more in the norm system. Also, your minimum rating at some point is higher also. So it's harder if you're a woman to become a WGM than a regular FM. So it would be GM, IM, WGM. WIM and regular FM are very similar. Very similar. Very similar. And then WFM is, means you can castle queenside, but en passant might be hard or something. I don't know. How much effort an adult learned to get to 2,000 FIDE? I mean, either you can or you can't. There's a lot of adults, if you taught them the rules and you taught them chess 10 hours a day for 20 years, they would never get to 2,000 FIDE. And there are some that would. I don't know. Some people just can't get that good. I mean, there are people, I know these people. I've taught them. Like, they'll go here, and you're like, that hangs your bishop. And they're like, yeah? See, there's 2 things in chess. There's being shown you made a mistake, and then you caring about it. And 99% of people, if they had the white pieces, and they were shown this wins a bishop, and this wins a bishop, they would be slightly embarrassed if they played bishop a6. There is a percentage of the population, when you take their bishop, it's a tabula rasa. They don't care at all. That guy's not getting to 2,000 FIDE. He's not. It doesn't matter how long you teach him. He hangs a bishop, you take it, he's like, so what? There's nothing you can do with those people. You play golf or something. I've met those people. They give a piece away, and when you take it, there's no expression on their face. They didn't do anything wrong. When you tell them they did something wrong, they're like, what? What's wrong with that? These are the people, like when Trump says, I could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue, and my fans would say, you're great. Obviously, if somebody's going around shooting people for no reason, most people don't like that. Most people don't. And if you were a fan of, let's say, LeBron James, and you're like, I think LeBron James is the greatest player ever. I think he's better than Michael Jordan. I think he's the greatest athlete ever. I love LeBron James, and when he's in town, I go to the game. And sometimes I'll go out of town and watch him, and I wrote him a fan letter and blah, 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 blah. I love LeBron James. And then LeBron James goes crazy one night and kills 2 people. Okay? And then he's like, yeah, sorry. But I'm LeBron James, so, it's okay. And there are people who would be like, well, that's LeBron James, so, that's okay. And most people would be like, well, I was a fan of LeBron James until he went nuts. Okay? And basically, I just told the story of O.J. Simpson, but I should have just said O.J. Simpson, I guess. But most people turn on you when you're totally insane and murder people and horrible, and some people just don't care. They're just like, I like this, and no evidence will make me not like it. And so there's students who play bishop a6, and you're like, that's a bad move, and they're like, no. And if you think that that's weird, why is that weirder than the situations I gave with LeBron James and O.J. Simpson? It's not weirder. You have to admit there are people who will like whoever they like, irrespective of what they do. And a lot of the Trump people are like that. If Joe Biden just started murdering people, I just wouldn't vote for either one of them. I'm not going to be like, well, I like Biden anyway. No, I wouldn't vote for Biden or Trump. I'd be like, Trump's the worst person ever, and that guy's a murderer. I'm not going to vote for him. But there are people just like, yeah, Biden killed those people, but that's okay. And there are people like that. Probably not for Biden, but, for like OJ or, somebody that they like. Trump. Yeah. And so those people who play chess, when they play this move, and I try to explain to them how bad that move is, they're like, no, that move's fine. What do you want me to? And those people can't become 2,000. They can't. I've had a lot of students, when I teach them stuff, they say no. A lot of students. So, what do you want me to do? Fen Beingold, 200 centidues. Yeah, Fen Beingold's like, I'm the greatest, and whatever I do, Fen Beingold says I'm great. Right. Emperor of Ice Cream, 1 centidue. He probably doesn't agree with me. Seats Boy subscribed. Yay. Yeah. OJ has some good tweets. Man, OJ, who is he scoring off of? Oh, Giuliani. Yeah, that's right. Acquitted. There you go. Yeah. OJ was innocent. Exclam. Yeah. By the way, if you want to know whether OJ was actually innocent, watch Family Guy. Then you'll find out. That's a very funny episode, in my opinion. 100 centidues. Curious chimpanzee. One guy tries to buy a drum, the other guy reports it. Stuff like that has happened. Yeah. TBA, listen here is gifting a sub. Yeah. Shinkai is correct. I don't teach, so you don't worry about it. Yeah. That guy wanted his game reviewed. Already left. That's funny. It's true, but it's also funny. He can watch it later. Yeah. All right. Go viewers. Go something. Go like a pro. Papa John's. That's right. Freddie Podger's like, I like Ben. Doesn't matter what Ben does. Right. Yeah. Okay. Bishop D3. Yep. Knight E7. Good. If this was the game, if this is my game with Pavel Blatny from the 2002 World Open, where I tied for first. It went here, 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 castles, and I played A4, A5. I won in like 85 moves. Okay. You played knight E7. Good. Castles is good. Yes. Now, what you have to worry about if you're black is this knight moving away and your bishop getting trapped. So if white plays something like knight E2 and you're thinking, okay, he's going to play knight G3. Well, now if it's white's move, C3 wins your bishop. Your bishop's trapped. So sometimes white does that when white unpins the knight in Nimzo Indian type positions or this, moves the knight somewhere. Now you can save your bishop, but you have to realize your bishop could get in trouble. A lot of players just take this knight because there's no other reason for the bishop to be there. If you're not going to take the knight, what are you going to do? But you didn't take the knight right away. D5, F5, I like that. I like F5. All right, good, you took the knight. Knight D5 is okay. The engine likes white, but black, this is interesting position. Good. Okay. The engine plays bishop E2 because it likes the bishops, but it's understandable to take that. I like the way you're playing. You play like I do. I play like this with black and blitz chess all the time, this kind of way of playing. Knight E7 is interesting. Threatening mate. Good threat. Never play f3. Good. Position's about equal. Okay, so in this position, queen d2 attacks your pawn, and a5 defends your pawn, and queen e7 defends your pawn. And there's two reasons why, potential reasons, you're here so you can tell me, why you gave your pawn away. It's about 90% you just didn't see your pawn was attacked, and it's 10% you sacked it. Okay, if you sacked it, don't do that. Play a5 and then continue on with your attack. Because after you don't defend your pawn, you're losing, you're down a pawn for nothing. If you didn't see it, you didn't see it. Now, to start seeing things that you don't see, once again, when things are on the 4th and 5th rank, that's when they get captured. And that's on the 5th rank, and it's not defended, and the guy just attacked it. And when you play g5, you're showing that you have indolence and insolence. You're like, I don't care what my opponent's doing. This is what I'm doing. Rawr. Now we'll go to the chat and see if he sacrificed the pawn or blundered it. If he sacrificed it, I'd be really surprised. That seems like a normal kind of blunder. Like, my pawn's hanging. I didn't see it. Let's see what he says. He says the answer is fries. He's holding it close to the vest. He went to sleep, I guess. I blundered it. Right. Yeah. It's a weird sacrifice. Yeah. And to stop blundering things, look for things on the 4th and 5th rank and see if they're defended or not, and if they can retreat, and so forth. Those are the things that get captured. All right. The game goes on. Okay. f4 is not the first move I would play, but it's all right. Okay. I would never, ever, 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 ever play g3 here. I'm not saying g3 is a bad move. I'm just saying I wouldn't play it. The way the pawn structure is, whatever black does to open the position up, he can't open it up because if he plays h3, g3, if he plays g3, then h3. So since black can't open it up here, white should be playing over here on the queen side where his extra pawn is, and there's no way that black can get in here. After g3, I can get in. I go here and I take, and I triple on the h-file. And then I get in on the h-file. And the h1 is defended, so you can't play rook h1. So g3 is a really bad move in my opinion. As I've been talking, the engine doesn't give g3 as one of the top 3 moves, so I'm probably right. Okay, now it says black's better, and it said white was winning before that move. That just gives black a chance to open the king side. Now what I was saying was, let's make a random move. Okay, if white never, ever, ever moves these pawns, ever, if here then here, that blocks it up, and if here then here, that blocks it up. So black can't bust through on the king side without sacking a bishop for nothing. So that's why g3 is so bad, because now he can. Go here, he can take, and the h-file's open. So g3 is a very poor move. That's just an incredible blunder that loses. Is he already lost? Yeah, he's already... Queen d2 is bad. He's already lost. Yeah, you can just resign. Now you're losing your queen. Rook h2 is coming. And it did. And then black wrapped it up. Get that wrap it up button. Okay, and he resigned. That's actually very important. Like that kind of, when the pawns are like that, when it's 2 pawns against 2 pawns, as long as the defense never moves his pawns, he can just block it up. But he moved his pawn first, so you open the h-file, and he didn't stop you at all. He made it even better for you. So g3 is an incredibly bad move, and after that you're better, and as soon as you were better, he fell apart. Once upon a time, he was falling in love with his position. Then he only fell apart. Nothing he could do. And, okay, the guy's 1,000, but you played much better than 1,000, once he played g3. You just rolled him up. In fact, you had a lot of interesting ideas that game, which may or may not have been good, but they were interesting. You were trying. And then you, hung your pawn. So, luckily it didn't matter. Fisher, what are you guys talking about? Let's see. The answer is fries. Yeah. Remember, the more you donate, the more money I have. Oh, sorry, Karen. 40 minutes ago, Jesus. Sorry. Sorry. That's funny. Karen needed something from me 40 minutes ago. I just saw it. I'm surprised she didn't say anything in the stream, but maybe she did. Yeah. Yay, the more you donate, the more money I have. $49.99. The Council of Rooks. Dropped a game into the analysis channel. Good, good. Let's see. Hey Siri, did the Dodgers win yet?
The Dodgers are winning the battle against the Rays, 6-1, in the bottom of the 6th inning in game.
Council of Rooks. Fisher was crazy. Yeah. Fisher was crazy like Fox News, and Fox News wasn't invented yet. So that's pretty impressive. All right. I thought somebody else gave me money, but now I don't remember, so now they're going to get mad at me. I guess that is important. I didn't get rid of this other game yet. Two bishops, what else? Man, I really blundered here by leaving the game. Yeah, I think Farty Party gave me a lot of money, but it wasn't a lot of money, but maybe it was. I already lost the game I just looked at. Ugh. If one of my mods can get rid of the game I just looked at, how much money did Farty Party give me? Because I should look at his game, but he might have given me less than Council of Rooks. I guess either way he'll be mad. That's the important thing. Council of Rooks is white. He's 1479. His opponent's 1593, and it's a 5-minute game. All right. You already did. Good. Now, where's Farty Party to yell at me? Because he gave me money. Only 15 because I misheard. Nice. That was a good joke. Joe Bava's next stream. Joe Bava streams? Could you show us a higher rated game? But the guy gave me $50. I mean, he really did, and he gave me $49.99, but I rounded up. All right. This is a 5-minute game. E4? Why did you play E4? You tried to find the square that was the most protected by your opponent. You played E4? Come on. That just loses a pawn. So taking bishop G5, bishop F4, and knight F3 are the main moves. It's all the Queen's Gambit declined. Joe Bava was analyzing with Joe Mama. I told you my opening was dumb. All right. I gave you 50 though now. What, you did? Damn. Wait, what happened? All right, well, you're next. Even whatever you did, you're next. Yeah. Okay, so E4 is silly. H6 also looks silly. I would take that because I want to win my pawn back. All right. Now you can't win your pawn back because this is hanging. Yay, $50. That's the Philadelphia donation. Okay, now in this position, the right move for black is either C5 or knight C6, attacking D4, because we're attacking D4, and we want to stop knight takes E4. And after either move, black's doing great. It's very hard to play white there, but instead he just castled. So you got your pawn back. All right. It's weird to play knight C6 after you castle, because you could have played knight C6 and attacked the pawn right away. Let's see. Yeah, still good for black because white's, not developed here. This is like one of the only times in chess where a Zwischenzug would have been a good move. Knight d4 is the best move, but queen f3 is also very good. G3 is a little suspicious. The queen here would stop him from castling. He has to play rook g1. Yeah, but knight d4 is better than knight. Knight d4 threatens mate. Checkmate. And if he takes it, then he's opening up this line to his king. That's not good. You can't play bishop e2 and castle because you can't castle. Shirov. So knight d4 was better. All right, bishop g2, a3. Yeah, now white's doing great. Yeah, black played. Yeah, it's not good. Not good. Not a good square for the. He definitely should play b4 here, I think. Yeah, b4 for sure. h5. Wow, put it in h. All right, now it's equal. Yay. Nice equal position. Good. Pretty good play. All right, that move just blunders a pawn. So black has to play either rook e5 or queen e5, and the idea is, obviously we're stopping that, but you can't take this. I mean, you can. Then I double up on the bubble up. Also, g5 is probably even better. Yeah, g5 is even better. And the bishop's pinned, so we have like rook here and queen here. So not only after queen f4 is this pawn hanging, but so is this pawn. And also, even if the e-pawn wasn't hanging, you don't play rook c8. The rook's terrible on c8. 1,000 centidues. Thanks, Sonia. The 5 pillars of strong chess: man, woman, person, camera. You just don't want your rook here. It's behind a pawn. You want your rook on the half-open line. And also, you just played here recently. So you just don't want to do that. If you have to defend your pawn, there's other ways to defend it where you keep your rooks in the center. So that's a very poor move. Dialon. Yeah. Thanks, Sonia. You're the best. All right. Then everybody takes everything. Yeah, I would trade queens here so my rook gets the e-file. You can get the e-file. All right, so white's a pawn up. Good. White's still a pawn up. White's still a pawn up. White's still a pawn up. That rook's better than that rook. God damn. Whoa. You gave away your c7 pawn, giving him 2 connected passed pawns? God damn. No wonder you won Council of Rooks. I mean, you can't let him take that and get 2 connected passed pawns. You know, queen e7, something. Queen e5. Damn. I don't understand what black's doing. Why did he play rook here and then rook here? Why do you do that? I don't know. What? Let your queen would check. Damn. Then you sacked the quickest mate. All right. I mean, black played sort of okay that game, and then he did not. Yeah. Yeah, black totally faded. And actually, when I gave private lessons, that was one thing that I talked about, especially with my stronger students. People tend to fade when they play any game. They focus, then they get tired, and they don't want to play anymore. Happens in poker, happens in backgammon, happens in chess, happens in bridge. Any game where you're thinking a lot, and the game goes on and on and on and on, your level of play just dips. So you have to know that that happens to you, and it does. And it happens in tournament games a lot, where the games take 2, 3, 4 hours, is I'm playing an 1800. Thanks for the 1,000 centidues, Madara Ucha. Thank you. I got a game for your analysis channel. Okay. You're playing a game like Game of 90. And then, or I am. And I'm playing a 1700. And then the gawking rabble in my chess center or in another tournament, they're like, oh, 1700. So you probably won't even pay attention to the game. And you'll just like make a move and walk away. And you'll use 30 seconds on your clock. I'm not a grandmaster because I don't try when I play. opposite of what a grandmaster does. And I don't care if I win in 10 moves, 50 moves, or 100 moves. I just want to win. So what often happens is the 1700 player plays about my strength. It's move 30. We both have half an hour left. And the gawking rabble are confused. They're like, man, Ben's not going to win. Ben sucks. Is there some other grandmaster I can follow? I hate Ben. Okay, Zapata. Zapata's a grandmaster. I'm going to follow him now. All right. And then what happens is between moves 30 and 40, every move my opponent makes is ridiculous. Double question mark, and then I'm 5 pieces up. And then they're like, man, you were lucky that game. Okay. And basically that's every game. Every game I play, my opponents play about as good as I do until they don't. And their level of play, they can't keep it up. They can play like a 2300 or a 2200 when they're lower rated, but they have to stop. They just can't do it. They can't keep, and this happens in poker too. A good example is like Mike Matusow. Mike Matusow, who's obviously, a criminal and a drug addict and a horrible person, horrible political leanings, and he's horrible in general. But forget about that. I'll talk about that. His poker play, like if I was his poker coach, I would tell him, you're going to play poker, and I'm going to tell you to stop at some point, and you have to stop. That's it. And if I was watching him play, he would be a winning player because I would make him stop at some point. I don't know if it would be after half an hour or an hour. He plays okay, but he can't play okay. He can't continue to play okay. He can't. He has to go insane at some point. And a lot of people who are not famous are like that. It could be you. You go to the poker club, you go to the secret illegal poker club, you go to a casino, you play poker, and you're like, I play as well as any of these punks. And then you lose a hand where you were the favorite, and then you go nuts, and then you lose all your money. Then you're mad. And then you can't do that, right? Whatever happens in a hand, the next hand you have to play just as well as when you started. This happens in chess. You play good, you play pretty good, you didn't play bad, and then all of a sudden, you play like a lunatic. And it's not because you're a bad player, you became that bad player during the game. And this game is a good example of that, okay? If I just look at Black's moves, I think Black's a pretty good player. Okay, Bishop Knight B4 is a bad move. All right, he made one bad move. Black made one bad move this game, and the position's equal. Okay, this position's equal. Black made one bad move. The next 10 moves, Black made all bad moves. How do you make one bad move, and then when it's simplified, and this is an easier position, trade, there's not much left. We traded both knights, we traded a bishop, we traded pawns, and now it's just all bad moves. E4 is okay. Okay, so in this position, I moved 25. Black's played like, an expert or a master. And the game goes 17 more moves, and like 14 of them were mistakes. And that's because he faded. He played okay, and then he's like, tired, old, fat, dumb. Like, that's what I do. And then play bad. And when I play in a slow tournament, I know that. So I really try hard in positions that are equal or worse for me near the end, and my opponent just fades. And it happens to you, and if you stop doing that, you'll be higher rated. $59.99 from Great Ride. Let's see, can I tell you this story or will I get in trouble? Let me think about it. I'm not going to say it. But thanks for the great ride. Yeah. Now, this isn't a chess thing. This is a game thing. In bridge, if you've played in a bridge tournament and you haven't. Now, there's 514 of you here, so like 10 of you have played in bridge tournaments. About 10 of you. Thanks for the 300 cent to do's. About 10 of you. Okay? In a bridge tournament, what happens is, at some point the bridge tournament ends. And they say last round. It's the last round. When it's the last round, people don't play very well. It's the last round. It's time to go home. So if you've played bridge, you've heard this before. they're trying to figure out if they should bid a game contract, and they go, it's the last round. Then they bid the game contract. Or people just don't care. And when you're a top player, you focus on that weakness and you crush people in the last round who aren't paying attention. They just want to go home. And this happens in poker. Thanks for the 300 centidues, Kev. You're playing poker. I've played a lot more poker than all of you, which is weird. Because you're like, you haven't played more poker than me. I've played more poker than Dominic. I don't care what he says. I have. I'm a lot older than Dominic. I've played a lot of poker. Okay, maybe he's played more than me. But I've played a lot of poker. You know, when you're playing live poker, probably on the internet too. I've played a lot on the internet too, but when it was legal. When you play live poker, if you've seen it, this happens every time. Somebody's got to go because they got to go. And they're like, okay, I got to go, all in. They might even, everybody folds, the next hand they're going all in. They got to go. They can't leave with any money. Got to go. And that's what people do at the end of what they're doing. The end of poker, the end of bridge, the end of chess. I got to go. I want to go eat. The next round starts in an hour, and they just blunder everything and lose. And if you look at the rest of the game from this point with an engine, black played all bad moves. If you look at the game before this point, black played excellent. Black played, 2,000 strength. The rest of the game, black played 600 strength. If you know that's going to happen, and I know that's going to happen because I played a lot of chess, I'm not so worried when it's equal against a low-rated player where I move 30. Because I move 40, I'll be plus 20. Somehow they can't keep doing it, and if they could, their rating would be a lot higher. If you're 1,700 and you're playing 2,200 strength the first 30 moves, I guess you're playing really bad the next 30 moves. Because if you weren't, you'd be 2,200. That's the way it goes. Yeah. Right. I mean, it's not a chess thing, it's a game thing. When you play a game, if you're thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking, you've just had enough at some point. Now, I've said this on stream before. I went to the Chicago Open with a guy that I knew who had a chess variant, and we were trying to make his variant popular. So he paid me to sit in the Skittles room and talk about his variant. I didn't play in the tournament. And the guy's like 1,300 at regular chess. And I said, you, go in the tournament room. Go to the top boards, board 1, board 2, board 3. Look at those people. Look at them. Then go to the bottom boards. Look at them. And the people don't look the same. And he came back and he said, yeah, you're right. I don't need the board numbers down anymore to know who's good. Truth hurts. Man, on red, they're going to kill me for this. Bad players look and act like bad players. Good players look and act like good players. And it's not chess. It's also backgammon and bridge and poker. It's the same. In bridge, I know how good you are by your behavior, not by how you play. The way you pick your cards up, the way you bid, the way you sit in your chair, how you hold your cards. I know how good you are at bridge. Good players do it a certain way, and bad players do it another way. That's the way it is. Sorry. The truth hurts. Good musicians, good pool players. You go into a pool hall, look at how they stand, and look at how they hold the cue. That's all you need. That's it. Don't have to see them shoot the ball. Look at how they hold the cue, and look at how they stand. You could rank everybody in the pool hall that way. Even I could rank everybody in the pool hall that way, and I'm not good at pool. I mean, I'm okay. But the best players in the world, if they walked into a pool hall, they would be okay. Well, everybody's terrible, but even of all the terrible people, they would still tell you who the best is by how they hold the cue and how they stand. They still would know, because that's just that's the way it is. Sorry. Yeah. Sit with my chair backwards. Man, I forgot his name. I might think of his name. I was at a bridge tournament, national, so there's tons of good players. And the guy who was one of the top in the world, Andrew Robles? No, maybe. Doesn't matter. He's very tall. He was 6'6", maybe. He sat like this away from the table, which I've never seen. He had his cards in his hand, and he'd pick a card up and he'd throw it up in the air, and it landed perfect. I've never seen anybody do that, ever. But whenever he just was perfect every time. That wouldn't show me that somebody was a good player. I just was impressed by that. Now, another guy who's one of the best in the world from Norway. What the fuck is his name? If you say his name in the chat, I'll know it. He was defending the hand. He had his cards under the table, and he wasn't paying attention. And he just would play. He wasn't even looking at the game. He was just playing cards. 500 centidues. Yay. Knight f3, knight g5, h6. Well, I got to go swim. That is funny. Helgamo. Thank you. It was Helgamo. Thanks. There's a bridge player. Helgamo had his cards under the table and wasn't looking at them while he was playing them, and they were on defense. He always led a trump, and that was all he did. When he was on lead, he led a trump. Otherwise, he followed suit, and they doubled them and set them like 5 tricks. But he wasn't even paying attention. He was like, ooh, that's interesting, whatever that is. It was just funny watching it. Yeah, it was Geir Helgamo. I think Helnus' first name is Tor, right? Tor Helnus and Geir Helgamo. My favorite bridge player, I've never seen them, I just like their name a lot, is this, AA. And there's like a little circle over one of the A's. That guy's a world-class bridge player. Now that's a name. He showed Jacob Agard. He showed him. He's just AA. Yeah, there's a little circle over one of the A's. I don't know which one. Now there's a bridge player. AA. God damn. No, the 2 A's, not one. Yeah. Right, and there's a little thing over to A. Yeah. Now there's a name. How do you get bits? I don't know. It's pronounced as O. That's right. All you got to do is say no Trump, then you're okay. Yeah. That's right. I can't write his name, say it, or spell it. So you know he's good. Yeah. No, the last time I played in a bridge tournament, the guy who was one of the best players in England said, oh, you're Ben Feingold, and I used to play chess. And we got to play against him. And he told me I made a brilliant play, and he put it on Twitter. So that was the last time I played bridge. Was one of the best players in the world told me I was great. So I was like, all right. Little does he know. Now he knows. Yeah, this position's all zeros. That's a mistake. This is not a mistake. Rook takes is a mistake. Queen b2 is a mistake. a5 is a mistake. Queen e5 is not a mistake. Wow. And then, I mean, rook a8 and rook e8 is insane. Rook a8 is like he doesn't know how to play chess. What the hell's rook a8? What's that? Then rook e8. And then letting d7 attack his rook, then letting queen with check. What happened? The guy was equal, and then like blunder, resigns. Now, I like that because I know my opponent's going to do that eventually because I see it over and over and over again. If you want to be better at chess at home, when you get to move 20 or 30, you got to tighten up. You got to be like, okay, Ben says I'm going to fuck up now. I'm not going to fuck up. You focus. It's hard for people to do. They can't do it. They can't do it. If you can do it, then you can do it. Yeah. No, I know because $50, thanks Bradford. These are the bad beats that I lived through just like, what's his name? What's John Turturro's name? Kanish. I gave you the playbook for my bad beats. When I was a kid, between the ages of 14 and 19, and my rating was 2200 to 2450 USCF, okay? I lost a lot of games to averages to weak GMs because I faded. I played okay, and then I didn't. I played the same strength as them, and then I didn't. And then I'm like, fuck this. I'm going to play good the whole game. And then they stopped beating me. Joel Benjamin beat me every game. Then I beat him every game. Dmitry Gurevich beat me. Then I beat him. I mean, as soon as I like stop doing that nonsense that I'm telling you shouldn't do, then I beat all those guys. But before that, they would just wear me out. I mean, like they would play good the whole game and I couldn't do it. And I'd fade. I'm like, I played good enough. And then I thought they were better than me and I'm going to lose anyway. And then that's what I do to people now. And even like my own family, like Spencer and Karen, when I play a game, I have specific games in mind, by the way. I'm talking about specific things. And the game's over and they're like, man, I thought you were going to lose. And my answer is, I never lose. And they're like, I know, but I thought you were going to lose that game. I was in time trouble in sudden death with the 2200 here in Georgia about 3 years ago. And the people were telling Karen, she was not watching. Didn't want to watch. They would come out and be like, I don't know about Ben's position. I don't know. Ben might lose. And like, she's scared. Right? And I'm like, I don't lose the 2200s. Come on. And then I played Christensen in the U.S. Championship before you guys were born, like 2011. And Spencer's like, man, I thought you were going to lose. And I said, I never lose. He says, I know, but that game. And I said, but I never lose. That game I lost, that time I lost one game. I was black against Shabalov, and we were repeating, and then he stopped repeating because he thought he wasn't allowed to. That's a long story. 500 centidues. Thanks, Fembeingold. Yeah. I've won a lot of chess games where I couldn't legally win. And it was move 60, 70, 80, and then I won. And then my opponents were furious. The spectators were furious. Even I was a little furious. But my favorite story, and I'll get to the games now after this story. I was playing in the Kings Island Open. I was playing at 2230. I know this is like 15 years ago, maybe. Maybe it's more than 15 years ago. Yeah, it's more than 15 years ago. And I was dead lost. I was black and a C3 Sicilian. I was dead lost. I was so lost, I was considering resigning every move. And I don't resign. I resign late. Thanks for the 5,000 centidues, Thaddeus. And thanks for the hypnogenetic toast, and everybody else thanks. I never resign. I resign really late. It's embarrassing how late I resign when I do resign. It's embarrassing. I don't like resigning. And I almost resigned every move. He was like +8. Like for 20 moves in a row, he was +8. He was up an exchange. He was up a pawn. He had a pass pawn on the 6th rank, and I couldn't move. I was just trapped. Okay, so I won the game. And when the game ended, my opponent withdrew from the tournament because he lost to me. It's the penultimate round. And I was leaving the tournament room, and I was walking in the hallway, and Dmitry Gurovich, a grandmaster, said, how'd you do? And I said, I won. And he started laughing. He says, no, how did you really do? And I said, I won. And he said, no, you didn't. And he kept walking. Man, the truth hurts. He didn't believe I beat a 2200. That's how bad my position was. He just thought I was kidding. I mean, I won on time in a drawn position. The fact that I got a drawn position is the miracle of all miracles. There's never been a bigger miracle. Like when the U.S. beat the Soviet Union in 1980, nothing compared to what my position. Okay, go train or something. Man, that guy was not happy. Okay, so everybody gave me $50. So whichever game I'm analyzing, I'm going to get yelled at. Damn. They'll be like, I was first. Why are you analyzing that game? Damn. Harsh. I don't even know what to do anymore. Okay, you're first because you gave me 2 donations and you were first. So, I mean, you were first and you gave me 2 donations. I can't really not look at this game. This was a 15-10 game. I am white, rated 1900. He was black, 2100. 1900, 2100, and then your F party. And this game was what? 15-10. 15-minute, 10-second increment. The key move was knight h3. My opponent played the forbidden f6. Yeah. All right. Now, this guy was first in line, and he donated the most. Man, I'm still getting yelled at that this is the wrong person to look at. All right. You think Madura Achiha's next? I think he's fourth. Damn. Oh, no, definitely the last person is Bradford. He just donated. And then Great Ride donated. And then the other guy that you just said donated, but I can't find his game. So that guy that you said is next, whose game I can't find, he'll be next. And then we'll do... I can't find his game, but he'll be next. All right. And then we'll do Great Ride, then we'll do Bradford, then the stream will end. The stream should have ended an hour ago, but all right. You guys keep giving me money, so... Twitchy donated 10 subs. Go Twitchy. You're the twitchiest. All right. You got to donate $400 to jump the queue now. I got so many $50 donations, even 100 won't do it because, they gave 50. He gave 50 and 10. This person gave 50 and 15. They gave 15, claimed they misheard me, then gave 50. Unclear. Okay, anyway, he beat a higher rated player. That's all that matters. Bradford gave 20 subs earlier. That's correct. Although Bradford just put his game on, so I don't know. Okay, so King's Gambit. Yay. I'm not a fan of Queen H4 check. I'm not a fan of that move. I don't really care about the king moving, but moving the queen every move in the opening, I don't like that. Now, the move is fine. I just personally don't like it. The position's fine for black. I don't like moving my queen a lot. Very interesting game. I mean, 3 minor pieces out, 1 queen out. I don't like that. And the engine already likes white. 50 move rule gave a few centidues. Yay. It's a win-win unless you lose. That is correct. Well, I didn't understand what you said. So some information for you guys chess-wise. Obviously, the Borat movie is going to be popular. There's a series that just came out on Netflix, which I know nothing about. It's called Queen's Gambit. So I guess you should watch that because it's chess. And I think Trying to Learn watched a little of it. So he can give you more information. $9.99. You seen my helmet. What? Anyway, don't forget what I just told you about Queen's Gambit. 100 centidues. Yeah. Just finished Queen's Gambit. It's decent. Okay, good. I watched the what do you call it movie? Borat. And Jen Shahadi thought the Borat movie was like A+++++++. I thought it was like a B. So it's good, but Okay. He played knight h6. That's the engine move, defending f7. The engine wants to play knight e2 and knight takes f4. I can't disagree with that. That looks pretty queen trappy to me. Okay, d4 is another engine move which he played. This is obviously good for white. I mean, white's got the center. White has more pieces out. White's threatening this. The queen is trapped. There's no development. I like white. Never play f6. And white only has one good move here, which he found, which is knight h3, because the g-pawn's pinned, and you take on f4. Now, this reminds me of the Queen's Gambit of the Benko, because everything reminds me of something. In the Benko, don't tell anybody, I usually play f3 here. Okay. And in this position, which I've had a million times, connect 4, one of the main lines is this. Now, based on the position I just showed you, where white plays this, you got that? You got it in your brain there? You good? What's the theoretical move here for white? Which I always play. Knight a3, right. Then you get the c4 square. It's the same as knight h3 to f4. The pawn's pinned, knight goes to c4, Papa John's. And white's a little bit better here. I have good success with this position. Great success. Very nice. Yeah. So knight h3 exclam, according to F Party, that's the key move of the game. He's right. Knight f4, knight h3 is winning. Okay, queen takes, stopping knight takes f4, because you take the rook. Knight f2 exclam, attacking the queen. Queen can go to g5 or g3. I assume queen g3 loses the queen to that. So queen g. Oh, you play queen g3. All right, so what happens on queen g5? Then it says knight d3 is good and knight e2 is good. The guy's 2100, and I saw in like 1 second that this loses the queen to this, and he played queen g3. Remember, when you're 2100, you're like 4 months away from Grandmaster. All right. I mean, this just obviously loses the queen to that. That's like the only move that attacks the queen. When you move your queen up in another guy's grill, you go pop a cap in your ass like half the time. I mean, so you can't do that. Yeah, queen g5, the queen's a lot safer. It has lots of squares to escape to. After knight e2 or knight d3, white's going to take on f4 and crush black, but not like winning the queen. Come on. All right. I'd like to point out that black is rated 2100. Now you know how likely it is a random 2100 will become a grandmaster. Papa John's. Yep. Online 2100, that is correct. The engine says white's plus 33 at depth 26. Now knight d5 is a really nice forced mate. That's beautiful. That's beautiful, Daddy. All right, first person in the chat, I'll gift you a sub. That's beautiful, Daddy. What's that from? I'm going to gift you a sub if you're not a sub. That's beautiful, Daddy. Let's go. Get a sub. Get a free sub. Nope, not Pulp Fiction. Nope. 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 There it is. Pogjack got it. Very good. Pogjack is correct. Where it's at. I got 2 turntables and a microphone. Where it's at. That's beautiful, Daddy. Excellent. Good answer. Good answer. Yeah. There's a guy who knows the lines from all songs of Beck. Now, probably he cheated because he looked in the Bectionary. So, but Kangaroo can speak to that. Although I guess Kangaroo's probably asleep. If Kangaroo's not asleep, god damn. It's 5 in the morning, Kangaroo. Damn. Yeah. That's right. The guy who knew the answer, GM in 3 months. Yeah. Not asleep. Man, you're up. What'd you think of the Beck episode? I thought it was quite good. Look at the Bectionary. Look, when I wrote Devil's Haircut, let me tell you what that song was about. What was that song about? I don't know. More washboard, that's right. Let me tell you about that song. Yeah, I don't know. All right, so knight d5's... See, if your opponent plays knight d5 or knight e6, they're cheating with an engine. Those are the engine moves. All right. You hear knight e6 is just a nice, pin... They played knight e6. Now if king here, mate. Very good. By the way, black's 2100. Now, let me explain Morphy to you. Can I explain Morphy to you? Can I? Okay. This is where you really have to focus this part of the lecture. That game looked like a Morphy game. And that guy was 2100. So how good do you think Morphy was? Morphy did this to everybody. Morphy was always doing this, right? Morphy played King's Gambit and then took all their pieces and they resigned. And then you said, well, his opponents were terrible. Well, if Morphe did this every game and his opponents were 2100, Morphe's opponents played like this, maybe better. All right. Now you know how good Morphe was, because this is every Morphe game ever played. Now, F Party, you're as good as Morphe, not only because you won in Morphe's style, but because you donated a lot of money. So Morphe was 1900, right? That's right. Yeah. Morphe and end. Exactly. All right, next. You said you had a link, but I don't see the link. Trying to learn's like, I got a link to this game. What are you talking about? I thought you would put it like in Discord. 100 centidues. Yay. Trying to learn. Where's the game I'm supposed to look at? Where is it? I couldn't find it in Discord. That's right. No good moves. There we go. Two turntables and a weirdest King's Indian defense ever, in my opinion. Well, obviously it's your opinion. You're the one. All right, I'm going to start with this. Two turntables and a microphone. Is this Minato Namikaze? Is that the game I'm supposed to look at? That seems slightly different than your other name that you have on Twitch. Getting confused here. All right, I don't know. Something. No, that didn't work. I'll get rid of all the garbage and then see if that works. Okay, I'll get rid of more garbage. Hope that's the right game. Is this even the right game that I'm pasting? I don't know. Whoa, it's invalid even I just pasted the moves? That's not good. I just pasted the moves and it was wrong. Damn. That's bad. That's going to make it harder. I'll try to see why it's wrong. I don't see why it's wrong. I'm going to get rid of the white resigned. Damn, that didn't work. Next time, donate an extra $1. Here it is. What? But I fixed it. I don't see another mistake. I see that that's a mistake. I don't see any other mistakes. Damn. I don't mean the PGN's wrong. I don't know what to do, guys. I don't know why it's wrong either. I thought I fixed it. Get rid of the 0-1 at the end. All right. 0-1 shouldn't mess up the PGN. And then this is wrong here. I don't see anything else wrong. It could be a move is illegal, that the move was typed in wrong. Yeah. Thanks for the 100 centidues. Well, here's what I'll do. I'll paste the game there, and I'll just play the game over. All right. Let's see. 1531, 1612. 1531, 1612. It's our hero. Okay. Oh, that's what it is? You're right. That's what it is. I agree. All right. I missed this one. And I saw this one. What? Damn. We fixed two things and it's still wrong. All right. Well, I'm done with that. So I'll just play the game over. D5. It's an interesting move. Yeah, you should attack this pawn with here and here. G6 is okay, but you should attack the pawn. Knight C3. All right, so black's already better. E5 is good. I tell all of my students when I was teaching, don't line your queen and bishop up and then go there. You're wasting a lot of moves to trade pieces. These pieces aren't developed. That's not a plan that you should ever do, but all the people do it all the time. It's not something you should be doing. It's not good. Okay, knight BD7, takes, H4. Very aggressive. I think black should play H5 there and stop H5. Castles, A5, H5. Yeah, black should play H5 and stop that. Knight takes is correct. G4 just hangs a pawn. That's just crazy. Right. Black should stop 2 pawns. I'm not a fan of bishop F5 because you're walking into this later. Probably go to D7. Bishop H3 is a strange move when you could just play E4. Not only can you play E4 later, you could get your queen over here. Trading pieces when you sack 2 pawns is weird. Knight G3 is fine. Rook H2 is fine. Queen H4 is fine. I mean, black's just up 2 pawns. Bishop takes H3. I assume knight takes. Nope, rook takes. Queen F4. The only winning move, but pretty winning. Rook takes G3. That's probably the best try because exchanging queens is hopeless. So you might as well not exchange queens. Always play king B1. Yeah, this is just black is completely winning the whole game. Knight CE2, queen F2, knight H3, hanging this. Rook H1? Rook H1? The only thing wrong with the PGN is white played Rook H1. Rook H1? What? What's happening? Why, what? Rook H1? Man. Well, white's rated 1531, so based on that game, it's like, I don't know, 4 years will be a GM. So that game, white sacrificed the pawn with H5, which was okay. G4 was unsound. Then he started just giving things away. That was just a very easy win, and it looks like, based on that one game, that you're like 1,000 points better than that guy when you're actually only 80 points better. So that was weird. I don't know why. Weirdest King's Indian ever? No, that seemed like just a King's Indian where you played good and your opponent did not. The thing that I complained about the most wasn't really important in the results of the game, which was him playing queen here, bishop here, and going there. The fact that he gave his H-pawn away, gave his G-pawn away, gave his F-pawn away, gave his E-pawn away, gave his rook away, gave his knight away, would make Manmoth pretty mad. I mean, because the H-pawn, he gave away on purpose. The G-pawn, I don't think he saw bishop takes G4. I don't. That's my opinion. In my opinion, when he played here, he didn't see that. That's my opinion. Bishop H3 is weird, because why would he trade pieces when he's down 2 pawns? And then he sacked the exchange to avoid trading queens, but then he hung his F-pawn, hung his E-pawn, hung his rook, hung his knight. Even here, he doesn't have to lose his knight. He could play either knight to G1. He doesn't have to lose his knight. Yeah, this is just, white just hung a lot of material that game. And you took it. He didn't get any attack. So, yeah. I don't know what was wrong with the PGN other than the two things that I changed. Yeah. Exactly. That was weird. What's the best way to punish the Queen Bishop battery? I think what he did was good. He should give the chess lesson. Just develop it, ignore it, and then you're up like 3 tempi. White uses a lot of time to trade his bishop off. Why? By the way, this all the eggs in one basket, it's not a good way to get better at chess. What White did that game was very similar to me, not to you. It's very similar to me to Scholar's Mate. If somebody plays for Scholar's Mate, you guys make fun of them whether it works or not. You're like, he's just playing for Scholar's Mate, ridiculous. Well, that's what White did. White played bishop e3, queen d2, bishop h6, h4, g4. He's just playing for mate on the king side. And then he's like, I'll give up a pawn, another pawn, another pawn, another pawn, I resign. I mean, you got to play chess. Get your knights out, get your bishops out, castle, then play for an attack, hopefully not giving material away. That guy didn't do any of that. He's like h4, h5, bishop h6, no developing the pieces. It doesn't work. 200 centidues. Yay. Go Fen Beingold. Yeah. 100 centidues. Go Fen Beingold. Keep donating and telling me how many. By the way, I'm not saying you guys should give subs. I'm not saying you should, but we have 1,895 subs. So, 1,900 is probably better. I've heard that's a very good book. That's a very unusual author. He was going to come on the stream. He lives in California. Sasha, Baron Cohen. Sasha Chapin lives in California. And he was going to come on the stream. He was going to come to our chess club and visit. And then COVID. So I guess that's into that. Karpov was going to come. Sasha was going to come. And then nobody can come. So truth hurts. Bradford 61 gave 5. Hey, we have 1,900 subs. That's 100 away from 2,000. I'm just saying. I just pointing that out, that 1,900 is 100 away from 2,000. I just pointing that out to you. Just helping you with the math. Fen Beingold gave a sub. Yay. Thanks, Bradford. Man, Bradford is moving to the top of the list. God damn. Yeah. Go, Brad. Comment is correct. No, now we're 98 away, 12th stock. That's right. All right. Well, I mean, Black just played great that game, and White made 7 mistakes. By the way, I want to do a report of that game. I think Black played 92, 93, and he's 1,600. God damn. And White did not. But I wouldn't be surprised if he played 93. I mean, Black made maybe one bad move that game. Maybe I'm being mean. Yeah, Black played 93 that game. Black played great that game. That's a really good example of a good player beating a bad player, except their ratings were similar. But if a Grandmaster beat a 1,400 in a simul, that's what I would expect. Black just plays sort of normal, and White's hey, I don't want my pieces here. You can have them. EECCUC gifted a sub. Fen Beingold, 200 centidues. And no stinking badges. That's right. What? Am I looking at the wrong game? What's happening? Oh. I got a report back, and the report was nonsensical. It said White played 98.7 and Black played 6.7. And what happened was I pasted that game in the other game where White played the King's Gambit. Remember where White played the King's Gambit and then Black hung his queen, the game I showed before this? Remember that? No? White played 98.7 and Black played 6.7. 6.7. And his rating was 2,100. He played 6.7. Wow. I don't even know how to do a report of this game because this game, can I promote promote, okay. All right, now I can do an analysis. I was really getting confused. So that King's Gambit game, white played like God and black played 6. 6. GM in 2 years, right. 2100 plus vodka equals 6. Damn. Yeah. 6. Yeah, the King's Gambit Queen Trap, it said white played 98.7 and black played 6.7. That does sound like a lot of Morphe games. Truth hurts. God, I did it wrong again. I don't have, it doesn't have, what's going on? I keep looking at the wrong thing, so it's very embarrassing. Delete, and then promote, and then delete. I keep messing up, sorry. Okay, now it's correct. I kept looking at variations like that Benko Gambit variation I gave, and it said everybody played great, which is true. Paste this. I got it. I am a sub. All right. Hello, mother. Hello, father. Here I am at Camp Granada. Don't forget to buy merch. Somebody bought merch this one. Yes, I was right for once in my life. So I said black played really well, the game that we just looked at. 98.7. That's pretty damn good. No inaccuracies, no mistakes, no blunders, no missed wins. White, conversely, 57.4. Yeah, this game. The game that ended like this, the craziest King's Indian you ever saw. Yeah, black just played good and white did not play good. Yeah. So, yeah, that was good. Okay, next. Okay, so we got Bradford and we got Great Ride. Great Ride's first. We're going to do Bradford first. And here's why. It's a strange reason why. One reason is your game is 50 moves less. The other reason is you donated first and more often. And you donate every day. And you donate like 5 times the stream. Now, let me explain something to the gawking rabble that they don't understand. Then when they understand, they'll be like, God damn, we understand it now. Let's say you're Bradford. And you donate 5 subs here, and 1,000 centidues here, and $100 there. If you do that every stream, your wife will divorce you. Okay, it adds up to like $20,000, $30,000 a year. But so far, he's pretty consistent, right? He's donating like $25,000 a year if he keeps doing it. Okay, and by $25,000 a year, I mean $40,000 a year. Yeah. So he has to eventually, it's going to go away, right? Either his wife will divorce him and take all his money, or his parents will disown him, or they'll find out the credit cards he stole, or he'll be like, I only give Feingold $50. How come I have no money? Okay, that's already happened to somebody. And because I stream every day, and Bradford is like giving me subs and bits and PayPal donations. He does it like several times a stream. Right? Now, if he's Rex, it doesn't matter. If only you understood how it didn't matter. You'll never understand how it doesn't matter if he's Rex. You can't understand it. But if he's a normal person, it's going to matter at some point. So thanks, Bradford. Now your game goes before the guy who gave more money than you. Although you gave more money. Okay. Yeah, oil prints is possible. Stolen credit cards. Yeah. Yeah, if somebody donates like $50 in a stream, if they donate every day, don't figure out the math because you'd be like, wow, that guy donated a lot of money that year. Yeah, don't think about that. Yeah. Yeah, Giants doesn't understand, as explained. Giants trying to understand, but he can't. Let me explain something to Giants. If Rex donated $1 million a day to Twitch streamers, he would never run out of money. I hope you understand now. You don't, but I hope you do. Because you don't believe me, but I'm right. 1,100 centidues, Kiff. God damn. Right, poker players don't have anywhere near the net worth Rex does. They don't have 1% of what he has. And they donate $2,000 a day. God damn. Right, God is jealous of Rex's estate. That is correct. Now, pay attention. I told Rex several times, you're not allowed to die. And he said, okay. So that we had the talk. I wanted to make sure he listened. He's not allowed to die. Rex will never die. I told him he's not allowed to. And he said, okay. He agreed. So we have an understanding. Yeah. That's right. Upload himself to a computer. No, it was hot in St. Louis one day, and I was like, Rex, can you air condition the outside? Come on. And he was like, all right. Is Rex here? No. Rex is sleeping on a large pile of money. Yeah. If we donate, can we become immortal? No, but you can become immoral. So you could do that. Yeah. Me and Rex are like, that's son. So many Rex stories, but I won't tell you any of them, but they're all great. He's the greatest man who ever lived. Let me explain something about Rex to you. Pay attention. 99% of the money for top-level chess in the U.S. is Rex. Now, how do you think Hikaru, Wesley, Fabi, Dominguez, Ray Robson, Sam Shankland, Jeffrey Zhang, what do they think about that? They think this. That's what they think. What do you think Yasser, Maurice, and Jen think about that? If Rex was never existed, the whole world of chess would be different. Not only in the U.S., but the whole world. The whole world. Right? Irrespective of how much money he has, or what his politics are, or how good at chess he is, or how nice a guy he is, irrespective of all that, the reason chess is so great in the U.S. is because of Rex and Jeannie. Because Jeannie lets him do it and encourages him. Damn. And that's why. Man, if I was Rex's kid, I'd be pissed. Giving away my inheritance. God damn. 99%. Now, let me explain something about the U.S. Championship. The U.S. Championship between 1960 and 2008, first prize was nothing. First prize was like $50 if it was held in Philadelphia. Lev Albert, three-time U.S. champion, didn't play in the U.S. Championship at some point because it cost him money, even if he won. He said, I'll make more money giving private lessons. I can't afford to play in the U.S. Championship. Do you understand? Do you understand me, sir? Then Rex said, excuse me, why don't we have the U.S. Championship? And then that was the end of that. Now everybody plays in the U.S. Championship, including people who aren't invited. They're like, can I play? Yeah, now you don't teach chess anymore. You play in the U.S. Championship. God damn. And so forth. Let's see, etc. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. So Rex is the greatest. The end. All right. Etc. Man, if you know how much money they spent getting those games to you live with Maurice, Jen, and Yasser, making sure the internet doesn't stop working, making sure it's on YouTube and Twitch, making sure the reports after the game, making sure all the games are shown live. God damn. Fen Beingold cheered 200 centidues. Yeah, now Fen Beingold is like, I agree. Yeah, Fen Beingold is like, nice. Yeah. Did you ever notice when Chess 24 has a tournament that everybody gets disconnected and forfeited, including Magnus, and everybody's mad, and the games stop, and Ding is forfeited every other game. And then when St. Louis has a tournament, nothing bad ever happens ever. Did you notice that? There's a reason for that. All right. Go Bradford, because you donated. All right, knight takes e4 is correct. And it says the Frankenstein-Dracula variation, but this is not the Frankenstein-Dracula variation. This is the beginning of the Frankenstein-Dracula variation. By the way, I'm not kidding. It says that's what it's called, and it is. The Frankenstein-Dracula variation is queen h5, threatening mate, knight d6, defending mate, attacking the bishop. Here, knight c6, defending the pawn, knight b5. You can't take the knight because of mate. g6 here, f5 here, queen f6 or e7, I forgot. I forgot which one it is. I forgot. I think it's f6. Knight c7, here, here, here. This is the starting position of the Frankenstein-Dracula variation. Now, I have a very funny story about this. Ivanchuk was watching a game between Kaidanov and Bereyev was black, and he was out of his prep at this point. It's like 25 years ago. And Ivanchuk was looking, and he walked away, and somebody said, what are you looking at? Like, why are you looking at this? It's like move 4. And Ivanchuk said, I was looking at this. This is a story Kaidanov told me. And then he figured this. This is normal position. All right, that's just between you and Ivanchuk. Ivanchuk's crazy. All right, king e7's insane. Ivanchuk's crazy. Okay. Now, that's the Frankenstein-Dracula variation. White played bishop f7, and I'm going to tell you a secret. And you guys aren't going to listen, so it doesn't matter. I can keep telling you. When you have a double king-pawn opening and the fork trick happens, the fork trick is knight e4, d5. In any position, this is a position, it could be another position, and white plays bishop f7 check, that's wrong. Bishop f7 check is always wrong, always. If you do that, you're worse. Don't ever do that. You're giving away the center and the 2 bishops. And your logic is, he can't castle. 2 bishops, what else? Okay, and then x to the center. So nobody would ever play bishop f7 here a high-rated player would never do that. Yeah. Yeah, I like dream to have black in these positions. d5 is good. He played knight c6, that's good. This is just 2 bishops, and it's an extra center. So it's just good. Now what he should have played is d5. Bam! Get that center going. Nice. Well, let's see. What did I say? That's correct. Also, why is trying to learn texting me without using his phone? You've been doing that all day. Come on, man. Okay. Nice. Queen f3 is good. c3 is terrible. I mean, black's just killing it here. I probably wouldn't offer the trade of queens, and I probably would trade queens. But it's a terrible position for white. These moves are all reasonable. It's funny, the engine wants to sacrifice here, because if you take it, it's hard to find a square for your queen. Now it says it's equal. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Bishop d6, that's fine. See, in this position, after here, I'd probably play bishop d6, but in this position, black should just play bishop d6, I think. What does this say? Yeah. All right, so this position's close to equal now. That move just hangs a pawn. You can't just hang material. I mean, after here, knight d3 check wins a pawn. So that's bad. All right, black's a pawn up for nothing and has a better pawn structure. So he should win. Okay. White's been getting outplayed this game because of bishop f7 check and some other moves that aren't good. Now, this move is very strange. The engine plays it, but it doesn't make any sense. Rook d2. He wants to play king e3, doesn't want to trade rooks. So rook d2 is a weird move, but the engine plays it anyway. I mean, he's just losing, so it's down a pawn for nothing. It has a bad pawn structure. I'm not sure why the game ended here. Why did the game end here? After c5, your opponent resigned or lost on time? I hope they lost on time. I'd like to point out, if White resigned here, if he did, that's the worst thing he did this game, was resign. If he resigned. He might have lost on time. You're texting me all day trying to learn, and it's coming from an email address, not from your phone number. If that makes any sense, what I just said. Although they are iMessages, so I don't understand what's going on. It's not listing your phone, it's listing your email. Which it's never done before, but it's done it all day. So I don't know. I don't get it. He resigned? You can't resign here. Now you are losing. And if two super GMs were playing, like if Svidler was white, he'd resign. If Svidler was white, he would resign here. But that's absurd. You guys are rated, whatever you're rated. I don't know. Apple being weird? Okay. You can't resign here. Now, black is winning, but it's not a resignable position. It's not. If I was playing a super GM and I was white, I would expect to lose, and I wouldn't consider resigning. It wouldn't even enter my mind. And that's something we've talked about on a lot of the streams. You can't resign. You can't offer a draw. Yeah, terrible. All right, last game, then I got to go because I'm streaming like an hour more than I'm supposed to. Losing my voice, tired, old. This is great chess, great ride. Okay, and he's white. Let me see what he wrote. He wrote nothing. Okay, so great ride is 1321. His opponent's 1537. And I can't see what the time control is. I don't think the time control is listed. It was played on chess.com. It was a live game. All right. And then some noise happened. 200 centidues. Thanks, Bradford. Okay, it's a 10-minute game. Thanks to Derek. Good stutter there, I did. Yeah, Svidler likes to resign. Yeah. Too much respect for his 2,800 opponents. Yeah. Okay, this is the last game. Great ride set's a 10-minute game. His opponent's slightly higher rated than him. E4 would transpose into a French. It's just a Veresov. I've had white in this position before, although I didn't do that. 200 centidues. Thank you. 300 centidues. I can almost see. I hope I analyzed your game. I think I did, yeah. All right. iOS did something, 14 did something weird. You lost this game? You did lose this game. Okay. So far, you're playing all right. Yeah, when you're playing aggressively and getting the initiative, you don't want to trade pieces. This bishop is very bad, great ride. See the pawns in front of it? He can't get out. So you don't want to trade this bishop for this bishop. So bishop e2, bishop d3 would be better moves. And then here you just should move your bishop back. Trading that helps him because his bishop was blocked. So he's slightly better here. And here, he should take your knight on e5 every move, and when he doesn't, you got to back that. You got to back it up. right? Back that ass up. You want to get some initiative and attack. You're just trading pieces, then, you'll be slightly worse. Yeah, because this is a nice open file for his rook. He can attack this pawn, knight, E pawn. F4 is good. Oh, you play queen D4. You want to play F4. You want to get some attack on his king because he didn't castle yet. So F4, your rook can do a lift, your queen. Queen D4, the end game is going to be bad for you. In the middle game, you could attack his king because your pawn's on E5. When you have a pawn on E5 in any opening, advanced French, Sicilian, you want to attack. If it gets to an ending, then you have to defend your pawn the whole game. You got to give him the C file, advance on the queen side. King can be in the center, doesn't matter. So you don't want to play queen D4. 300 sentences. Why not F3? Yeah, that's right. You definitely don't want to trade queens. Well, the engine trades queens. I would never consider trading queens here. I'd play queen G4, queen F4. Queen G4 loses the E pawn. Well, I guess you could take this. I would definitely move my queens somewhere and keep the queens on. Now you're slightly worse. B4 is a very bad strategical mistake because you weaken your C3 knight. So he has the half-open C file. Okay, you have the half-open D file. You have no pawns. He has the half-open C file. He has no pawns. So that's where the rook is going to go. And your rook, one of your rooks is going to go here. Your knight is on that half-open file, but it's defended. But after B4, it's not defended. So now you're in a lot of trouble. Now he threatens your pawn, and he's going to play rook here and give you the old Fustavazoo. So B4 is the losing move. Now if two grandmasters are playing, probably black's going to win. Here, probably a draw, but black's better. And what you want to do actually is play knight to D4. So a grandmaster would play knight E2, knight to D4, pawn to C3, draw. That's what they would do. And then the game is a draw. Pawn C3, it's all blocked. Everybody's happy. The engine says black is a little better. But that's where your knight goes. Right in the middle, blocking his pawn. Can't be attacked. If it is attacked, you play C3. Now you're in trouble. Pawn's attacked. Papa John's. And that's just because you're not thinking ahead. You're just like, I attacked his knight. Look at me. Yeah, and then all that stuff happened that I said would happen. Oh. Man, knight C5. You actually have to play rook C1 here, either one, because if he moves his rook, you have rook C8 check winning his rook. And if he trades rooks, he doesn't have time to take your knight because you have rook C8 check. So you have to play a counterattack here and fight for the C file. But knight C5 just loses a second pawn. Castles is a very bad move. It's still winning, but king D7 is the obvious move. That stops your rook from infiltrating. He plays rook C8. It's all over. You're down 2 pawns for nothing. In the end game, castling is not, you don't want your king on the side of the board. So this castling is quite a bad move. Now you have some chances. Okay, you moved your king up. Good. Yeah, your king is pretty far up. Good job. Problem with this move is he can check and infiltrate. So probably better to leave your king on D4 and start advancing. Advance over here because his extra pawns are all here. So maybe you can get a passed pawn. Yeah, here's bad because he checks and then he can come in, which I assume happened. No, he didn't. Okay, then it's fine. You should probably play F5 here right away. That way if he takes, you can win this weak pawn. G4 is okay. D4 is just an incredible blunder. He's hoping you take and you lose your rook, but now he loses his pawn. So D4 is really bad. Also, it's really bad to play king C7. He needs to play rook C7 and go here. You can't have a passive rook and a rook ending. You can't do that. He's like, oh, defend my pawn. You can't do that. You have to activate your rook like you did. Wow, B4. Now you're better. Wow, what a bad move. Losing all of his pawns. Wow. Now you don't want to play rook here check. You want to play A4 because you don't want his pawn to move down the board and you want his rook to stay on his pawn. And then when you win this pawn, your A4 pawn will be closer to queening. So a4 would be good. Your move is okay, but a4 is, thanks for trying to learn. Thanks for whatever you did. Good, a4. Yeah, now you're winning. You can't play king b6. King b6, rook here attacks both of your pawns. So if you're going to let him play rook c4, I said if, then you should take this. Then your pawn's defended and you won a pawn. You don't have to play king takes. You could play like rook d4 or h4, rook f3. Take this later. But taking it's fine. But you can't play king b6. You're attacking his rook. And you've done this more than once. You've attacked one of his pieces for no particular reason. He moves it away and you're like, all right. Rook c2 is a weird move because rook c4 attacks like 7 of your pawns. So that's a strange move, but all right. That's better. You're still better here. You have an outside passed pawn. Okay, you have the right idea with rook a3, but since your pawn can't move, you should play king b5 and start moving it. Then if he tries to go behind it, then you could play rook a3. Rook a3 is okay. You're still better. Still better because your pawn's really good. Still better. Okay, now you made a really bad move. You took on passant. Your pawn is stopping his king from moving up. So leave your pawn there. So the engine says you're winning by just doing this. And then king here. Take his rook, move your king back, and you have an extra rook. You should win. It says plus 4.5. Now when you take this, you let his king move up. Now his king is active and he has 3 passed pawns. So now it's probably a draw. Definitely a draw. You're definitely winning if you don't take it because you'll have a pawn left and his king doesn't play. He needs his king. These pawns don't win by themselves. In the game, he also had 3 passed pawns, but his king was playing. So now it's a draw. Yeah, rook 8 made no sense. Why is he playing rook here? You haven't threatening anything yet. He should be pushing his pawns. So that's a mistake. Rook takes pawn's a mistake. He should move his rook over and take it when you lose 2 tempi. Now not rook takes. You want to take with the king. And actually the reason to take with the king is funny. There's a famous ready problem that shows you why this is true. You want your king around here to stop his 3 passed pawns. And it looks like this and this are similar, but this is actually closer. Right? You're either on this rank or this rank or this rank or this rank, right? So you want to take with the king, and then you can get to e2 and f1 and f2 quicker. That's quicker than doing it this way. That's just the tempo slower. So you want to take with the king. King takes is a big advantage to white. Then white moves his king down, and eventually, if your king gets to one of these squares, you'll be winning. So the engine says you're probably winning here. Now it's a draw because your rook's not here stopping his pawns, which it would have been, and your king is further from these squares. So now it should be a draw. King c7, no, you need to move your king over here. You got to get your king in front of these pawns. So you want to go king c6. Okay, this is still a draw. This is a draw. This is a draw. This is a draw. This is a draw. Okay, you played rook g8 check, which is fine, but I would just move my king. He can't play g2 because you check and take it. This is still a draw, though. That's fine. Still a draw. Still a draw. Now, your next move is really weird. Your next move should be this, attacking his pawn. He has to go here, because you take his pawn otherwise. And then draw. You take his pawn. The only reason you wouldn't do that is you were playing for a win. Maybe you were, I don't know. Right. So you played this move. I mean, that doesn't make any sense, because he can still go here. So rook g3 is a really, really, really bad move. Basically, any move draws. Rook g3 loses. After h4, you're lost. Maybe you missed h4. So taking this draws right away too. And then here and you draw. Every move draws, but if he plays h4, h3, then he's winning. And you played here losing a tempo at h4. So this was a really bad blunder. If he had queened, you could take his queen and then draw at your leisure. But now h4 is winning. Because if you take, he takes, and here. Yeah, and now you're lost. So you just got lost at the end. The guy made a rook for some reason. All right. So you were winning. You were losing the rook ending. You moved your king up, which was correct. Your opponent played badly. Then you were drawing. Then you played better than them again. You were winning. Then you were drawing. And then you were winning. And then you lost. But you only lost because you played rook g3. That was like your only really bad move at the end. Yeah, here. I wonder if rook g7 also loses stage 4. No, because you can play king f3. Yeah, this is like one of the only losing moves. Because if you don't play rook g3, now you can just attack his pawn again. And if he queens it, you win his h-pawn. And you can't play king f3 after here in the game. You can't play king f3 because he played h4 attacking your rook. So rook g3 was incredibly bad. That was the worst move you made of the game because you went from drawing to losing in one move. Truth hurts. Chess is hard. Yeah. I calculated the draw thinking I had a shot at the win. Yeah. No, white was playing for a win for a long time there. Yeah. But it was a draw like the last 10 moves until you played rook g3. Yeah. Go Ben. The more you donate, the tireder I get. This is supposed to be a 3-hour stream tonight. We went 4 hours. Boo, boo. So Saturday and Sunday, I'm still doing sub Saturday, sub Sunday. I know that these streams make a lot more money, the ones I teach on, but Karen wants me to, do some variety. So she doesn't want me to do this 7 days a week, although you guys do. But it actually is really hard for me to find your games, analyze them, talk. It's a lot easier to play 3 minute and you guys hang all your pieces and I win. That's a lot easier for me. And then you get to play a grandmaster. And then we could double it up on the bubble up. Saturday and Sunday I do subs. Monday through Friday, some of you could say, hey, I played Grandmaster Ben Feingold, analyze my game. Especially if you beat me. What am I going to do? Yeah. Okay, so Saturday, in theory, I stream from 5 to 9. Is that right? No, that's not right. No, I'm on Chess TV Saturday. So if they haven't switched it, I do like 7 to 11? I don't know. I should be on Chess TV 9 to 11, but I always stream later than that because when I'm off Chess TV, I still have like 1,200 stragglers. I go from like 2,300 to 1,200, but 1,200's all right. So I'll probably stream tomorrow like 7:30 to midnight, something like that, Eastern. And then that'll be 3 minute. And then I do 5 to 9 on Sunday. Which, if you're Europe, 5 to 9 is not bad. I mean, 5 o'clock in England is 10, and it's 11 in Europe. So, yeah. And so forth. All right, so I'll do sub Saturday and sub Sunday tomorrow, unless Karen tells me to do something else. Yeah. Right, Karen wants me to do tournaments, subs, what I'm doing here, etc. So probably, typically, I'll be doing 4 nights a week of this, 1 night a week of tournaments, and sub Saturday, sub Sunday. Typically. Karen wants me to do teaching streams also, where I like come with some games and I'm like, let's look at Steinitz versus Doofus. She wants me to do that too. Let's look at the French defense. So I'll have to do that also. Yeah, go Dorsa. I agree. Yeah. I don't even know what day it is. I know you guys gave a lot of money today. I do know that. Man, I'm sweating like Roger Ebert. R.I.P. All right, see you guys tomorrow. I'll raid somebody. Nobody knows who. Let's see. You, or you. That's a tough one. He obviously already got a raid, so hopefully he's still streaming. I'm actually going to see if he's still streaming. He obviously just got a raid recently because he has too many viewers. Well, let's see. It's a commercial, so that's good. Can't even tell if he's streaming. Yeah, probably. Mechanics Chess rated me. Now I'll stream for 3 more hours. Yay. Go Mechanics Chess. I was just raiding somebody else. I raid you. You raid me. I'm the worst streamer in history. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. And don't forget. Wait, what are they supposed to forget? Karen said, tell them don't forget. She texted me. Hold on. Oh, Karen said, don't forget